Good morning, 5.0, 5.0. Good morning. It's your boy, Perfect Timing, the Perfect Timing Podcast Live, Perfect Timing Podcast Radio with perfect perspective. How's everybody doing this morning? I'm feeling so good. I hope you're doing so good. This tea got me gyrating so good. We got some good herbal tea this morning, man. We got some chamomile tea, and I mixed the chamomile tea with some special. I think we called this one. I had some Bella Noche, and I got some. I named it a Bella Noche and a Belladonna. My wife is Sicilian, so I got candles to go with this tea. I actually sell this tea. Summertime is coming back up, so we're gonna be back out here pushing this tea, pushing the candles, and we got a brand new company that I'm building. I'm dedicating to my late mother, so I already got the business plan for that. And I'm excited about that because I'm gonna have candles and tea that coincides with the new business plan. So everything is gonna be sold together. But it's summer, we're jumping out, popping out with that. That's what it's gonna be, man. Everybody gonna have to find ways to make their own income. Some people gonna have different knowledge. You might be, a mechanic, electrician, whatever skill set you have. Like Ken is driving, like whatever skill set that you can provide. I did the candles because I burn candles. I did the tea because I drink a lot of tea. I was buying some expensive candles. I was buying some expensive tea. So I said, fuck, I'm gonna make my own candles, make my own tea. So I can't have caffeine, so I drink this really good herbal tea with it has like saffron and dried pineapples and oranges, and it creates a beautiful color. I blended that with some chamomile this morning, some real organic chamomile, let it steep for like 10 minutes. You feel what I'm saying? With that chamomile tea, when you have herbal tea and different properties, like somebody the other day was talking about valerian root. The valerian root is what you'll find in a lot of sleepy time teas. The thing about these medicinal properties of these plants and flowers is you think about the mortar and pestle that you see on the pharmacy. So when you're drinking herbal tea and you want the medicinal property of the flower and the plant, you must steep the tea for at least 10 minutes for the flower and the plant to open up. The oils in the plant is where the medicine live. So what you're doing is you're giving the flower and the plant and the oils time to open and dilute the water, right? Because so when you consume the water, you're actually consuming the medicinal properties of the plant, right? And that's what I love so much about my tea drinking, right? Is how I work with a black tea sommelier, and I learned these things from this black tea sommelier about steeping the tea properly for different levels of medicinal purposes, right? It's not always like that for all teas. Like some herbal tea I drink, like the hibiscus, right? I was talking with Sunclaw in the back chat. The tea that we used to have was called Abuela's Love, and it's great for circulation. A lot of the seniors and a lot of the elders would come in and buy this hibiscus tea, and that hibiscus, lemongrass, blue corn. Now, again, you want the hibiscus to steep, but what happens with the hibiscus, the flower is so powerful, you don't need a lot of time to get those oils in the water, so you don't steep it for 10 minutes or it will become bitter. So the hibiscus flower, so different flowers are more potent, similar like marijuanas and thing like that. So some flowers you have to steep longer to get the medicinal properties. And once you start learning about the valerian root, the rooibos, which is the African red tea that they give nursing mothers, because it has so many health properties in the African red tea. They give it to nursing mothers because the health properties go into the mom, and it's so potent that it goes through the mother's breast milk into the baby. Like I fell in love with the African red tea, the rooibos tea. That's my shit right there. I got a couple, but I have a lot of teas that I fall in love with. The African red tea is one of my favorites. The rooibos tea, the African, because I studied so much. The moringa, a lot of OGs will tell you about the moringa. The moringa is like a super herb, like you hear about super fruits. So moringa, I have rooibos, I have hibiscus, and I blend them in different ways and fashions and steep them get the medicinal properties. So you know, we talk about a lot of things about prep, right? And we talk about a lot about the future. So it's good that, like, we lost the knowledge of plants. It used to be in the village, there was this particular person, that was the doctor. The doctor was the person who had the knowledge of plants, like a tea sommelier, and how long to steep certain plants to get the oils, and what plant you need for a burn, and what plant you need for a stomach ache, and what plant you need for a headache. That was the knowledge that we're going to need. Like 300 be talking about having seeds. Why is it important to have seeds? It's important to have seeds because the doctors, that will be the new doctor. You won't go to a hospital. It will be like when the hospitals are gone, how will you heal yourself? It's going to be the person with the knowledge of plants, botany. You know what I'm saying? Am I saying that correctly? Is it botany? Is that the right science? You guys put in the chat. What's the right science? You know what I'm saying? But this intelligence, this knowledge is what's going to be important going forward. If you remember the grandmothers and the great grandmothers, they had knowledge of plants. You could be walking with your grandmother and she might break off something and rub it on a mosquito bite. Have you guys ever had that? I remember I had, it's magical being in Mississippi, being with my grandmother because I miss her so much, and walking in the trail and my grandmother just breaking off a branch and rubbing it on a mosquito bite to calm the bite. You know what I mean? Having that knowledge of plants. I don't know. I'm a kid. I'm on dirt. It to me it's just a tree. They all trees. I don't know one tree is different than the other. How long has she been alive? Who taught her? Where did she get this knowledge from? And now my grandmother is gone. And that knowledge leaves with them because we don't put importance on that. And now it comes back again. Now we need that knowledge. So you know, I took a quick sidebar to fire up the live stream, let everybody know Perfect Time is in the house. I pray this is Breonna Taylor. This is the perfect perspective. I want to say my prayer. The other day, last night, I was praying, and I feel like I haven't. I prayed yesterday, but I feel like I haven't prayed because the devil really been working on me, and my emotions has really been fluctuating. It's like my wife said, you go through these stages of grief with my mom, and so she said I'm in the bargaining stage, and it's been tough. You know, my mom passed away on Thanksgiving. Her birthday was on the 29th, and so she was very young. She was 60. I'm 40. We were 20 years apart. So it's and then we weren't friends. We didn't have a good relationship. You know, we were indifferent. So that's what my wife was like, you know, it's kind of probably difficult for you to process this because of where you guys were, you know. So, you know, get right with your peoples, man. As we look at this Breonna Taylor case, you know, Breonna Taylor is gone. She will never receive justice. No one will ever be charged in her shooting death. So, you know, the people surrounding her, let's say a prayer for all of her surrounding family because when if you ever grew up in these inner cities, like I said yesterday, when my best friend was murdered by gunshots, when my cousin was murdered, their mothers never recovered. We never recovered. A piece of you was taken away. So like Dante Wright, like we talk about these things like news stories, like Trayvon Martin, like like George Floyd, like there are families surrounding. Imagine if George Floyd was your father, if George Floyd was your brother. You may never, you know, it's gonna take a lot of prayer, right? It's going to take a lot of prayer and meditation for those people to get back, you know, to deal with the fact that my son was murdered by this guy. He's still free. You know, he was murdered by somebody pretending to be a cop and couldn't get to be a cop. And my father was murdered on television by somebody kneeling on his neck for 9 minutes. Like this, I talk about the mental health. We've been talking about mental health and behavior and conditioning. Like when we talk about these $20 million settlements, I would like to hear more about the mental health being addressed with some of these settlements with the children of George Floyd. With the did Breonna Taylor have children? You know, the extended family of Breonna Taylor, how mentally they cope. Because what happens is what we know from nameless protagonists in our study of epigenetics is that this trauma will get passed down. And this is how we get scared when the police get behind us, because for so long we've had so many traumatic events happen to us, and no mental health, no resolution, no work through. So we pass down the trauma. So all of us have this innate fear of the police. We don't know how to deal with certain authority figures, and it's because it's never dealt with. It's like these things happen to us, and they tell us like, imagine being family. Like Breonna Taylor is family for us. So it's a fracture in the entire Black community. Sandra Bland looks like your auntie. Sandra Bland looks like your cousin. Breonna Taylor looks like your cousin. So it's a fracture in the black community. And how do we deal with it when she gets no justice, when no one's charged? Sandra Bland, when the boy in Atlanta, you find his body and all of the organs are gone, and the FBI says there's no crime. The FBI says Breonna Taylor, there's no crime. The FBI says Sandra Bland, there's no crime. But my sister is dead. My brother is dead. How does that make you feel? How do we move past that mentally? I tell you, we don't. We don't. We haven't. We're traumatized. We got all these things we got to teach. We got to have our talk with our kids about what do you do when the police get behind you? We got to be honest about the fear, the jokes, the fear about going to prison. Why is the joke about the homosexual experience in prison a go-to, a staple within Black male comedy? You know why? It's speaking to a fear. It's speaking to a fear that all Black men have about being incarcerated for no particular reason, and having to deal with forced homosexual sex. And that trauma doesn't get discussed. So you know what we do? We make a joke about it. We make a Def Comedy Jam joke about it. We make jokes about Little Bootsy, even though he has 8 children. And we make jokes about people being Pookies and Ray Rays and being incarcerated. And if you're a Pookie and a Ray Ray, you know what jokes goes with the Pookie and the Ray Ray? The homo jokes. Yeah. Because Pookie and Ray Ray goes to jail, and everybody knows what happens in jail, and everybody laughs at that. No one fixed the problem. No one deals with the mental ramifications. Breonna Taylor will never get justice. This affects the psyche of Black Americans. Sandra Bland never gets justice. This affects the psyche. You know what else beyond that? It is affecting the psyche of Black women, to where Black women feel like they are unprotected. And Black men are feeling like, how? How are you unprotected? And the Black women are saying, look, I can be murdered. I can be killed. And no one cares. No one will be charged. No one will discuss it. And Black men, can we see it? Can we see it? Are we valuing Black women? Do we see why they feel devalued? Sandra Bland murdered. No charges, no trial. Breonna Taylor murdered. No charges, no trial. Is it me and my blue pill? Let's do that. Let's say perfect is blue pill. Because if we say perfect is blue pill, then we don't have to talk about it. Right? If we break down Black men into red and blue pill, pimp and simp, then it's okay when they kill our sister. And it's okay when they kill our mama and don't give us no justice. It don't matter, because I don't like Black women, right? I'm red pill, right? Perfect is blue pill. Perfect is a simp. Perfect cares. He cares that they killed Breonna Taylor and she will never get justice. Well, that means perfect is blue pill. So I don't want to listen to perfect timing. I can't get the message. It's fractured the Black conscience. No charges, no justice. And you know what they do to rub in the sting? I talked about grandma picking off a leaf and rubbing it on my mosquito bite to make it feel better. But you know what's happening here? They rubbing salt in the wound. Perfect. How they rubbing salt in the wound? Because instead of charging these police officers, and we saw that vagabond, that hired gun yesterday, who's not being charged, instead you charge a police officer for shooting at an inanimate object at an apartment. He didn't shoot at a person. right? He shot at an apartment and he's being charged for shooting in an apartment, but no one is being charged in my sister's death. Remember when we would call, man, I'm getting choked up. God, thank you for the opportunity once again to come before you and present this message. I want to send out a prayer to the family of Breonna Taylor, to the family of George Floyd, to the family of Tamir Rice, to the family of Trayvon Martin, because we miss and we pray about these brothers so, but there are family members that are still here that are traumatized. And we as a people and as a body of people in ADOS FBA, we have been traumatized by these events. I pray a covering over all of us. I pray a mental breakthrough, a spiritual breakthrough, because this is not a joke. I pray for justice for Breonna Taylor. I pray that she's sitting, resting at your side, Father. I pray a covering off of all of those listening right now, that it be blessing to those who hear this word. I pray for myself. I ask you to come inside and bless me and watch over me, because I need you. I ask all these blessings in your name. Amen. Man, I needed that. So let's get to the video.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Anything to report from the overnight break? All right. As you heard yesterday, the Commonwealth closed its case. They have rested, and so now it's the defense opportunity to present evidence if they so choose, but they are not required to do so. Mr. Matthews?
Judge, we would like to start out by calling Jason Vance back to the stand.
All right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And again, you may take your mask off while you testify.
Sergeant, would you state your name again for the record, please?
Sergeant Jason Vance.
And you are with the PIU unit of the LMPD, is that correct?
Not currently, no.
You were at the time of March 12th, 13th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And you were the lead investigator in the case that occurred on that date? Would that be a fair characterization?
On May 14th, yes.
You became the lead investigator on May 14th?
Correct.
I would like to, may I approach you?
You may.
I would like at this time to show you a photograph which has been marked Defendant's Exhibit 5. Ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes.
Would you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
So that's the living room curtains.
Is that the living room or bedroom?
I stand corrected. I do see this in the right corner. Looks like maybe this is a portion of the bed that's been propped up. Yeah, so this would be the south bedroom, and it's a curtain. I believe I described it as a blackout curtain that was in front of blinds on the window in that south bedroom.
And what is your definition of a blackout curtain?
Any kind of material, cloth material or curtain type material that would be used to block out light, so there would be no illumination in that room. So a person could sleep in there in darkness.
And can you tell from that curtain that in fact light is visible through it?
So judging on the backdrop of in this photograph, it looks like that it is daylight now and that you can see some light through that material. Yes.
You don't know what time that photo was taken, correct?
I do not know when this was taken. If I had the digital copy, I would, but I don't. Not this this photograph. This
Judge,
photo.
now that it's been identified, can we publish it?
Any objection to it being admitted into evidence? All right, it'll be so admitted. Yes, you may publish it.
Is there enough information on that? I don't think there's any that you can determine what time it was taken.
No, not in this format.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Sergeant Vance, that photo, I just saw, could you put it back up?
I'll bring it back up.
In this particular photo, can you see the blinds that were behind the curtain?
Yes.
Now, I would like to show you, refer back to the Commonwealth's Exhibit 45. So if you would look at this, there we go. Those are the blinds that would have been behind the curtains in the photo you just described,
Correct.
correct? This photo obviously is taken in the daylight,
Yes.
and this photo, as the previous photo, was taken after bullets went through
Correct.
and created the holes both in the blinds and the curtains. Correct?
Correct.
After the bullets went through.
Correct.
Nothing further.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. Your next witness?
Brett Hankison.
If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Brett, will you start out by stating your name for the record, please?
Brett Hankison.
Keep your voice up so everybody can hear. How old are you?
I'm 45.
You married?
I'm not.
Do you have any children?
I do.
How many?
Just one.
And what is your child? A boy, a girl?
She is 18 years old.
And what does she do?
She is a freshman at a state university.
What is your educational background?
I graduated high school from Logan High School. That's a small town in rural Southeast Ohio. And after graduating there, I attended Capital University, which is a small private school just outside. It's in Bexley, Ohio, which is just a suburb of Columbus, Ohio. And after my freshman year there of completion, I then transferred to the University of Cincinnati, where I completed my bachelor's degree.
And what did you receive a bachelor's degree in?
My degree was a Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice.
And when did you graduate from the University of Cincinnati?
1998.
What did you do after you graduated?
I graduated in 98, and then in 1999, I was accepted into the Lexington Fayette Urban County Police Academy, and that is in Lexington, Kentucky.
Did you complete the academy and become a Lexington police officer?
I did.
How long did you serve in the city of Lexington?
Just under 3 years.
What did you do then?
I was assigned to the East Sector. Fayette County is divided into 3 sectors: East, West, and Central Patrol Divisions. And I was assigned my entire length of my stay there after my field training phase in East Sector, which is the eastern portion of Fayette County.
And you said you were at Lexington for 3 years.
Just under.
What did you do next?
I lateral transferred is what it's officially called.
Explain to the jury what lateral transfer means.
Sure. It's when you're already certified as a police officer in your state or Commonwealth, depending. And some departments offer a lateral transfer program where you can, when you're accepted to their department, you can take an abbreviated academy. So say, for instance, my academy in Lexington was 30 some weeks. And when I went to the Jefferson County Police Department and took their lateral class with the other people that were in my class, they were also former police officers. And it's an abbreviated academy, like I mentioned, and it's about 6 to 8 weeks long. I don't remember exactly what.
So you graduated from the Jefferson County Police Academy?
Well, yes and no. I started with the Jefferson County Police Department and the Police Academy at Southfields. And between the time that the academy was going on, the county and city governments merged to Metro Louisville.
And the two police departments merged also?
That's correct.
And that's what we now know today as the LMPD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So how long were you with the LMPD?
Up until 2020, from 2003 up until 2020.
And what happened in 2020
Are you referring to
with
the
your
night?
employment?
I was terminated.
As Chief Conrad testified the other day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was a result of the incident that brings us to court here, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you were with LMPD, what type of assignments did you have over your years?
I started off in the patrol division for Jefferson County, which changed in the middle of the academy to Louisville Metro. And we actually graduated. We were the first graduating class in our Louisville Metro. It was a combined Jefferson County Police Department, or Jefferson County Police Academy, City of Louisville Police Academy, and then our lateral academy. We're all lumped into the same. All three groups of us were lumped into the same, and we were essentially the first graduating class under Louisville Metro.
When you came out of the academy, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to Charlie District.
Which is what?
Charlie District was when we had city divisions and county divisions. They were still divided. That was a county police division, and that was situated in Fairdale, on Fairdale Road.
And what was your role there with Charlie Division?
With Charlie District, I was mainly responsible for patrol functions, answering 911 calls, that type of thing.
And did your role with the LMPD change over the years?
It did.
Did you have different assignments?
Yes.
Can you discuss some of those?
Sure. So with merger, eventually, and I don't know the exact time frame, but they dissolved the city divisions and county divisions and made 8 patrol divisions for Jefferson County. So the entire county of Jefferson is divided into 8 separate patrol divisions. The city and county were done away with. So I moved from the Charlie District, which was the county police division in the county and the rural area of Fairdale. I was transferred to the Newburgh area, which was with the creation of the 6th Division.
What did you do there?
I performed a similar function. I was a patrol officer assigned to the Newburgh and Norfolk neighborhood.
At some point, you became involved with narcotics investigations. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you do anything before that? Were you always a patrol officer and then you got into the narcotics?
Well, what happened is that a position came open, used to be called a flex platoon. Each division has what we call a flex platoon. We had similar with the city and county police, and then once we merged, we also each of the 8 divisions had their own flex platoon. A flex platoon is essentially a street level narcotics unit. It's we don't wear uniforms, we don't have cars, or we don't have marked cars. We just have regular plainclothes cars, from cars to trucks to minivans. We just have with no markings on them. So we don't wear a regular police uniform. And we're responsible for, we're at the discretion of each major in each division, but we do any functions that they want or any problem issues or problem areas, hot spots that they might have. And that can be anything from car break-ins to thefts from a particular area or construction area. And we also do everything as involved responding to the narcotics complaints that come through MetroSafe.
When did you, so what happened with the flex unit?
The flex units were eventually dissolved, I guess.
And
by the administration.
okay, we've heard testimony that you were part of CID on March the 12th and 13th, 2020. How did that come about?
So as I was a member of the Flex Division and the 6th Division, which is the Newburgh area, I then, there was an opening posted for the major case unit in Metro Narcotics. So me and others had applied, interviewed, and I was promoted to that position in Metro Narcotics major case unit.
And what did that involve?
Major case unit works directly we have a few task force officers assigned by LMPD to the FBI, the ATF, to DEA from our major case unit. So we work hand in hand with those federal agencies on a regular basis, and we concentrate on everything from mid-level drug dealing to all the way up to the highest level of anything imported into the county. Now, if we were to identify a target that was bringing in, say, a large amount of fentanyl or heroin, our federal task force officers would take over that role because they had the federal jurisdiction, whereas we don't do many investigations outside of Jefferson County.
And then how long were you with that unit or that division?
I was with major case unit. Now, like I said, that's not CID. That's before CID was created. That was when it was just Metro Narcotics. And I was with major case unit for approximately 3 or 4 years. But within that time frame, a position had came open for a canine handler within Metro Narcotics.
Okay, and that was how long ago?
I would say it would be somewhere around 2014 or 2015.
Did you become a canine handler at that point?
I did.
And did your assignments change at all then?
I was still assigned to the major case unit, and I was the canine dog for the major case unit. So I didn't really leave my platoon. I stayed, just had a different function. I wasn't actually going out and writing the search warrants and getting the affidavits and doing the investigation and case files. I was more of just a canine function, which essentially we come in after the fact to the scene to do a search of a vehicle, a car, a person, whatever that might be.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
First off, Brett, what was the name of your dog?
Franklin,
And how long did you have one?
for approximately a little over 5 years, I believe.
And we've heard testimony during the course of the trial that there are different types of canine officers, for want of a better word. Was he a specifically trained dog?
He was.
For what?
Franklin was trained specifically for the detection of narcotics odor. We have 2 separate units within Metro Police, are the Canine Patrol Division, and those are canine dogs that ride around in a police car with a handler with a uniform and say canine on the vehicle. And then we have a group of dogs that are assigned strictly to do narcotics detection only, which are separate from the canine unit.
And what do the canine narcotics dogs do specifically?
Specifically, they detect the odor of 4 specific drugs, that being heroin, cocaine, meth, and marijuana. They're all trained on those 4 odors.
And is that something that you participate in training?
I did participate in training. We had a lot of training, but when I got the dog was already, my partner Franklin was already imprinted on odor. So he had learned from a previous handler at a specific time prior to me. So I did not train Franklin on odor. Franklin came already trained on the odor and to alert on the odor.
Did you continue to train with him?
We trained weekly, yes, sir.
What was the weekly training?
We have a 4-hour training session on Wednesdays, and we had to complete that in a passing grade with the instructor.
What did that involve?
That would be at different locations throughout Metro Louisville, parking lots, buildings, schools, lockers. It could be anywhere, but those odors were previously hidden by the trainer, and then we had to score a specific a specific alert on a number of hides. A hide is just any amount of drugs that's put out and hidden, and we have to find.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Brett, at this time, I'd like to hand you 2 photographs marked Defendants Exhibits 2 and 3. And just ask you if you can identify.
Yes.
Do you know when they were taken?
I do not off the top of my head, but it was a couple years after we had been together as a team.
And were you present?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask that the photographs be admitted as evidence.
Jack to one of the other side. The number.
Yes, 3 is the one you object.
Yeah,
Counsel, will you come forward, please?
Sidebar. So what we got right now is the actual Brett Hankison on the stand. This is the defense. The prosecution has rested. Now, what I would like to direct everybody to is my description. If you take a look in the description, I want to expound on some things. I want to take a chance and an opportunity right now to go into some details. What's up, Pastor $40, 300 in the building? So I want to take this time right now to go over something. While they take a break, we're going to take a break. They're going to take a break. We're going to take a break. Because I want to show something right now, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Let me, they're going to take a break. We're going to take a break. They're going to take a break. We're going to take a break. Because I want to show you something. Just waking up, man. Just waking up, man. Wake and bake. You was up late last night, man, with a fire-ass stream. Make sure everybody subscribe to Pastor $40 and 300, man. They've been doing good work out here. Pastor $40, that was a fire-ass stream. The youngsters came through. The females came through. Pastor $40, you got the ball, man. I swear to God, man. I'm so proud of you. Everything you've been doing is lit. The topics is lit. The conversation is lit. And I just so glad that we working together and everything is going so beautiful. Like, and everybody watching and understanding, like, I love the fact that my little brother ping pongs off the titles, and I feel like we alley-oop each other. Like we throw up shit and then my little brother knock it out the park. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when I put that expose up at the end of my show yesterday, and then Pastor dug deeper on that topic of why men are murdering families, that's what 5.0 Builders Fear is. Everybody could do the topic. Everybody could talk about these things. We could share because it's all in the vein of growth. That conversation Pastor had last night did a lot of growth. It brought new people into our sector. I've never seen Onyx Politics before. And then he had Lena and Steph, 2 beautiful sisters on the panel. And then now when we talk about father power, that was a unique opportunity for fathers to talk about these things from a perspective where people like this young man and these women may not really understand how their dad may have felt. They may have gone through the things we talked about, but it's hard to understand. That's why 300 kept asking them, do you have kids? Because it's different when there's something that you love so innately on the other side of that door. These people had a no-knock warrant. They had a no-knock warrant. They kicked in the door at 3 o'clock in the morning. Think about what took place with Breonna Taylor. They had a no-knock warrant. They kicked in the door at 3 o'clock in the morning. I want to show something. I want to show something. Because we've been talking about how they didn't get charged, right? No one will be charged in the death of Breonna Taylor, right? But yesterday, when the officer testified who actually murdered Breonna Taylor, what did we learn? We learned that there was no First, we learned about SOPs. What's an SOP? Put in the chat, what's an SOP? An SOP is a standard operating procedures. They are standard operating procedures for administering a warrant, right? So you have to go over a warrant checklist. What did Sunclaw say yesterday? That they have maps, that they have schematics, that they know where they were going. So I said, of course they got to have maps, right? We got Google Maps, right? Turns out there is a warrant checklist. They have to go through a warrant checklist. There is an operations plan because this is a special tactical force. Sunclaw said, what's the name of the force? We know now what the name of the force is. It was called the Flex Force, right? It was a crash unit, right? Plain clothes, unmarked cars, dealing with all levels of narcotics, working with the FBI, dealing with people importing narcotics into the city, right? So a high level crash unit, right? Unmarked cars, plain clothes. It's like the TV show, right? Where they live in like Miami Vice, right? You never see them in police. You never see them put police cars. You never see them wearing police clothes. They're always in plain clothes, right? You don't know that they're police officers. These are crash unit. Y'all remember the movie Crash? These are crash unit officers. They work directly with the federal government, right? They should have been on point. It should have been on point, right? These are high-level, highly trained individuals. They should have been on point. And that's why they have to go to these ops. When you hear the movies, that's why I wanted somebody from the military to come in. They have to go through these op checks. They have to go through these op checks. Where is the location? How many people gonna be there? What's the map? Have we talked to the fire department? Have we talked to corresponding agencies? All of that was supposed to be done. He didn't have knowledge of the bulletproof shield. He didn't have knowledge of the weapons. He didn't have knowledge of anything. So what I said was, when I found out all of that was, he should have been charged with something, right? Do you guys agree now that you hear the details? He's the officers, the three shooters should have been charged with something. So let's go into the description, right? I want you guys to check out the description, right? While they taking a break, we taking a break because we need to break this down. I want y'all to check this out so y'all understand what happened, because Perfect Time have been talking a lot about what happened. I want to read this. So there was a grand jury. There was a grand jury convened in the murder and the shooting death of Breonna Taylor, right? Just to give us full context of the entire story. Because what I've said to you yesterday is that the shooting death of Breonna Taylor is justified, right? And I don't know how many people knew that, right? But it was an expose done by Gayle King, right? On two of the grand jury jurors, right? And two of the grand jury jurors did an interview and they spoke about what actually took place with the Attorney General of Kentucky, the top cop of Kentucky, the AG, and the FBI investigation of the Breonna Taylor shooting, and why Breonna Taylor's death will go unjust and never anyone will be charged or prosecuted, even though what we learned about the shooter yesterday. So let's read what happened so people can have a context of what really happened. It says here, police executed a flimsy search warrant. We know this already. On the night, her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, fired at the police because they forced their way inside and he did not know that they were law enforcement. He struck Sergeant Jon Mattingly in the leg. Mattingly and Detective Myles also opened fire with Hankison, but they did not get in trouble. Kentucky Attorney General Danny Cameron, who announced that the FBI determined that Cosgrove fired the fatal round, argued that these two were justified because they were firing back to protect themselves, while Hankison shot into a neighbor's apartment. But at least 3 grand jurors who reviewed the Taylor shooting said prosecutors never presented other charges than the wanton endangerment charges. See, this is what we were talking about yesterday. This is what's so important. They said prosecutors never presented charges beyond the wanted endangerment charges. But we know in the Kim Porter case, she got charged with manslaughter 1, manslaughter 2, but she didn't get charged in the wanted endangerment. So there was no manslaughter charges here, but in the Kim Porter case, she didn't get no wanted endangerment charges because the wanted endangerment charges speaks to endangering others. But there were 6 possible charges that these officers to the face, but the grand jury didn't hear about any of those charges. Because as I'm listening to his testimony, this guy face right here, this dude face in the thumbnail, as he testified yesterday, I'm saying he didn't follow standard operating procedures. Now, some call said there was no law against that, but he can be charged in the shooting death if it is seen that his actions and his not following the laws and protocol as he was trained resulted in a death. He can be charged for that. That is what Kim Porter was charged and found guilty on. That if you do not act as we trained you by the state, and someone dies as a result of your poor conduct as a police officer, you can be charged for poor conduct and for not following standard operating procedures if someone results in a death. So let's continue to keep reading what it says. It says, while there was 6 possible homicide charges under Kentucky law, these charges are not applicable to the facts before us because our investigation showed and the grand jury agreed that Mattingly and Cosgrove were justified in the return of deadly fire after having been fired upon by Kenneth Walker. Let me state that again. According to Kentucky law, the use of force by Mattingly and Cosgrove was justified to protect themselves. This justification bars us from pursuing criminal charges in the Miss Breonna Taylor death. So y'all understand what we're talking about? Y'all understand the frustration here? Y'all understand what's going on? And that is not an absolute truth, but that is the events as presented by the AG. But that is not the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Because what the AG leaves out is everything that Cosgrove testified to that led up to the shooting. Because if he would have followed standard operating procedures, if there would have been a protective bulletproof shield, which they had, which they were obligated to use, there never would have been shots. A police officer never would have been hit, and they wouldn't have been able to kill Breonna Taylor if they would have followed protocol. That is why there were 6 possible charges, but none of them got filed. But listen to what happens next. But wait, it gets worse. It gets worse, ladies and gentlemen. I really felt that this was all Cameron. This is one of the juries from the grand jury. We need to pull up the picture of the attorney general, so we can see the attorney general. Now, this is one of the jurors from the grand jury. And what they are stating is that the AG lied. The state lied because they didn't want focus on Kentucky. They didn't want Black Lives Matter in their state. They lied to make this go away. Let's read what it says. It says, I really felt this was all Cameron. Jury 2 said, this was up to him. We didn't get a choice in that at all. So I was livid. By the time I heard what he was saying, everything that came out his mouth, I was saying liar because we didn't agree anything. We never met Cameron. What they are saying is they never gave us the opportunity to deliberate on anything but the charges for Hankison. Are you guys seeing the game that they played, the shell game? This is all about the value of Black bodies. This is all about that stigma. This is all about King Kong Kung Fu and how they even apply it to Black women. The grand jury only got to see charges on Hankison. They never got to review the 6 other possible murder charges that could be applied in this case because they wanted it to go away. They never wanted anyone to be charged in the death. And if you recall, they actually arrested They actually arrested the boyfriend, and the boyfriend was going to be charged with the death and the shooting of the police officer to make it all nice and pretty. But they had to let him go because of Black Lives Matter protests. And Black Lives Matter protests is the only reason this case went the way it went, because Black Lives Matter protests and Black Lives Matter lawyers said you cannot arrest him for the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. When you guys shot up and you did a no-knock warrant, he did not know who was coming in the house. He was a legal gun owner. You got to let him go. But if it was not for that Breonna Taylor case being a high-profile case, that Black brother would be in jail for Breonna Taylor's death. The only reason he is out of jail is because of the Black Lives Matter protests and the momentum behind the Black Lives Matter protests. And they were not allowed to railroad him and make him the scapegoat for Breonna Taylor's death. I'm going to read it again. They never gave us the opportunity to deliberate on anything but the charges for Hankison. Jury 2 told CBS Morning Gayle King in an interview. That was it. As a matter of fact, when they announced that those were the only charges, it was an uproar in that room. There were several more charges that could have gone forward on all of those officers, or at least the 3 shooters. So it was more than just 3 officers there. There were like a team of officers, and there were applicable charges for the whole team. No one on the whole team. The supervisor allowed this operation to go through, but the operation plan was never signed. The supervisor should have been fired and held accountable in a court of law. There was no warrant checklist performed. The warrant checklist was not, everyone on the team is supposed to sign the warrant checklist and check off on the checklist. That was not done. They should have been charged and prosecuted for that, and the superior officer should have been charged and prosecuted for that. The ballistics shield was not used as per standard operating procedure. The leaders and the ones who orchestrated this raid should have been prosecuted and fired for everything down the line. This is why you have bad in, bad out. Breonna Taylor was murdered because they did everything wrong from the beginning. These crash units should not exist. These police were never designed to move around like comic book characters without uniforms. We don't know who they are, in plain clothes, drinking alcohol, doing drugs, working with the feds. These are not actual police officers. They are actually gang members, and they are allowed to masquerade as police officers. And when they fuck up and kill innocent people, we cover up for them because we want to be able to continue to have these hired guns to do our dirty work. There was a grand jury, and in the grand jury, the Attorney General of Kentucky, with the help of the FBI, made the Breonna Taylor case go away. Only one person is being charged out of a group of 7 to 10, and that charge is for shooting into the apartment. This person, Brett Hankison, is a scapegoat. Brett Hankison is a scapegoat. There were applicable charges for everybody on that flex team, on that crash unit. No one got charged. No one got charged. The only person being charged is Brett Hankison, and that's for shooting into an apartment. Standard operating procedures were thrown out the window, and it resulted in the death of a citizen. That is not the way police actions go, and you're supposed to be held accountable. And the Attorney General, this is so important, because what will happen is this Attorney General will run for government, for political office. We need to know and remember the name of this Attorney General. The Attorney General name, the last name is Cameron, but let me give you the full name of this Attorney General. What is the name of this Attorney General? According to Kenneth Walker, Mattingly, somebody help me out, man. What's the name of the Attorney General? Full name. Cameron is his last name. I want to look him up. They never gave us the opportunity to charge on Hankison. CBS told us, as a matter of fact, they never charged. They said Cameron A.G. The Attorney General of Kentucky, last name is Cameron, but what's the first name? I want to look him up. A.G. Cameron of Kentucky. Oh, and then for some reason the wife comes up. Why did? Oh my God! Oh my God! You guys! Oh my God! Oh my God! No, y'all. We got to look at this. So we got to look at this. How many people know who Daniel Cameron is? How many people know who Daniel Cameron is? Man, this is him, y'all. This is him, y'all. This is him, y'all. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is the Attorney General. This is the Attorney General for Kentucky. This is the guy who threw away. Oh, my God. God, please, man, pray for Breonna Taylor family. Oh, man. Could you imagine? Could you imagine being involved in this case? Daniel Cameron. This is a young. Let's see what Wikipedia says who Daniel Cameron is. Who is Daniel Cameron? Oh my God. Daniel Cameron, born 1922, 1985, is an American lawyer and politician serving as the 51st Attorney General of Kentucky. Cameron is the first Republican elected to the office since 1944 and the first African-American Attorney General. God, you can't make this up. Perfect Timing Podcast. Perfect Timing Podcast did it again. God is so good. Thank you, God. That's why we pray. That's why we love God. I didn't know this. I seen his face before about a year ago. I remember this gentleman, but I didn't associate him with Breonna Taylor. So it turns out that Daniel Cameron is the first Black Attorney General in Kentucky, and he's the first Republican Attorney General in Kentucky since 1944. Daniel Cameron is an African-American Republican Attorney General. Now take that into account with what we just learned and read. Daniel Cameron is the one who made the decision to not charge any of the officers in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. I'm going to say that 2 more times. Daniel Cameron, this gentleman, let's make the picture big. Let's make the picture big. Let's put him on the big screen. Let's put this man, he want to be famous. Let's put him on the big screen. You on the big screen now, bro. This is what you always wanted, bro. You didn't want Breonna Taylor to rest. You didn't want her family to get justice. You wanted all the screen. You wanted all the hoopla. You want a big screen, Daniel. This is your turn, Daniel Cameron. Huh? You wanted all of the shine. You wanted all the luster. Huh? Daniel Cameron made the decision. The Attorney General, Daniel Cameron, is akin to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was the top cop of California. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General for California. Daniel Cameron, and a Republican. What fraternity did Daniel Cameron belong to? In the chat, somebody look it up. What fraternity did he pledge? Daniel Cameron is the Attorney General of Kentucky and a Republican, just like Kamala Harris. And he made a decision. Not me, not you, not the grand jury, not the FBI, not a judge, but Daniel Cameron, this one Black man made. Oh man, I gotta calm down. My neighbors, I'm getting loud, I'm getting emotional. Somebody help me out in the chat, man. Somebody help me out. Share my video. Anybody love Perfect Timing? Any 5.0 representatives? Have the 5.0 people who got a blue wrench? Have you joined the Facebook group? Did you share the video in the Facebook group? Did you have a Twitter page? Have you shared the video on the Twitter page? Do you know who Daniel Cameron is? So if Daniel Cameron gets elected to be the next Supreme Court justice, or if he runs for Congress or senator, if he runs for vice president, do we know who Daniel Cameron is? See, everybody needs to know who he is, so you need to share the show. So people need to be watching the right podcast. People need to be subscribed to the right people. 5.0 Buildersphere, and not because just for emotions, not just for emotions, so that you know how to move politically. Because how many people knew what Kamala Harris did in California before she ran for vice president? How many people knew Kamala Harris was locking up Black women for fun and laughing, locking up Black men for fun and laughing? How many people knew Kamala Harris' record as Attorney General in California before she ran for president? I need you to know who Daniel Cameron is in case we ever see him again. Check. So Jay Sean, shout out to Jay Sean. Jay Sean, when I looked him up on Google, I didn't know why when I looked him up on Google, his wife came up. So people are searching. So he is married to Mitch McConnell's granddaughter. Mitch McConnell, the leader of the Republican Senate, right? He's the leader of the Republican Party. Mitch McConnell is the guy who said that Barack Obama will not get nothing done. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that, right? Mitch McConnell is the guy that said on the night that Barack Obama was elected, they had a secret meeting, which should have been illegal, right? You're not supposed to have these kind of meetings. That was treasonous. That was treasonous. He had a secret meeting of white men to conspire against the president of the United States. And they said that we will not allow Barack Obama to do anything. That's treasonous. He's married to his granddaughter. Daniel Cameron is married. Let's bring her up. Let's bring her up. Let's bring her up. I did not know that. Thank you, Jay Sean. Thank you, Jay Sean. I did not know that. I did not know that. This is why you got to know who about these politics. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all got to know about these politics, man. You got to know about these politics in case this brother. So now I was speculating, right? When I told you about Kamala Harris, when I told you about Kamala Harris' ascension, right? I was speculating that we would see him again, right? I told you about Kamala Harris' meteoric rise. I did that to analogize the possibilities of us seeing Daniel Cameron again in another capacity. Thank you, Jay Sean. Knowing that he is married to Mitch McConnell's granddaughter, that almost guarantees that he has been queued up. Is anybody listening? He has been queued up, and this was his test. This was his blood sacrifice. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that because we don't do that on this channel. We don't do conspiracy. We don't do all of that. Did y'all hear what the fuck I said? Did y'all hear what the fuck I said? I said Daniel Cameron has been queued up, and this was his blood sacrifice. Yes, we will see Daniel Cameron again. We will see Daniel Cameron again. Yes, he will run for political office. He did not marry into this family to stay the AG of Kentucky. No. He is already preparing for a Senate run. He will take the seat of Mitch McConnell. Oh my God. Oh my God. What? Oh my God. Mitch McConnell old as fuck. Is Mitch McConnell in Kentucky? Can he replace Mitch McConnell? This is the new black. Did you guys see who Biden nominated for the Supreme Court? We didn't do that story. Did you see who Biden nominated for the Supreme Court? I thought Pastor $40 would do that story. I think that's a good story for you, Pastor. Who Biden nominated for the Supreme Court and her husband in the case that she had against Lockheed Martin. There was a case that she had against Lockheed Martin, where Lockheed Martin had racial discrimination in Mississippi, right? And they had even to the point where a black employee got shot. They were calling black employees the N-word. That's how bad the discrimination was in the Lockheed Martin plant in Mississippi. They won the case. Lockheed Martin agreed to pay the black employees $20 million. The black woman who's been nominated for the Supreme Court blocked the money. She blocked the money. Lockheed Martin agreed to pay black employees $20 million for racism, and the black woman who's being nominated Supreme Court blocked the money. She said, no, you can't have the money. I didn't even know it was legal. And then she stopped those black men from ever filing what's the subsequent lawsuit you could file to get another judge? She prohibited them from filing new cases to get their money. They never got their money. That's who Biden nominated for the Supreme Court. We will see Daniel Cameron again. We will see Daniel. Look at this picture. Look at Daniel Cameron. Who takes a picture with a woman at your backside? This is buck breaking 101. Who takes a picture with a woman? Does she got a strap on, Daniel? Daniel, does she got a strap on? What's happening to you right now in this picture, Daniel? What's that movie with Jordan Peele with the T? What was that movie? Get Out? Get Out. Put it in the chat. 5.0 hashtag get out. Can I see some get outs in the chat right now? 5.0 hashtag get out in the chat right now. Daniel Cameron, hashtag get out in the chat. Daniel Cameron sipping that tea. Hold on, let me get a sip of this tea real quick. Let me get a sip of this tea real quick. Because this podcast is going too good. This podcast is going too good. Shout out Jay Shine. I ain't seen you in a minute, bro. One love, man. I ain't seen you in a minute. It's good to see you, bro. One love and peace to you and your daughter, man. I pray a covering over you, and I know you're doing good because you're a good man, and God is good, and God loves you, and you and your family. So I pray a covering over you and your family. It's been a little hard times, but I'm blessed. You know, I got a brand new studio. Me and my wife moved. We got a brand new townhouse. We on Park Place. We live on the park. I'm in the window right now. That's a park right there, gorgeous. You know what I'm saying? So God is good. We've been blessed. I was homeless for like 2 weeks. I got evicted from my house. I had a beautiful garden and everything. It was hard. It was real hard, but I got evicted from my house and I was homeless. And I had money. I had $5,000-$10,000 in my hand, and I couldn't get a place to live. I'm going to places with $5,000-$6,000 in my hand, and nobody would rent to me. So me and my family was ass out, and it didn't matter how much money I had. I worked on my credit, Jay Sean. My credit was real. My credit is real good. I'm on Zillow. I'm getting callbacks every day because my credit then jumped up. I don't know why, what happened to my credit, but God is good. My credit was good. I had the money, but I still couldn't find a place. I had good credit. I had the money. And every time somebody would say, well, you know what, Dennis, we had to go with this person. We like you. You got good credit. You're a good person. You got the money. But man, and then, you know, it was like the last day we got put out, and God came through with this place. And it's expensive, man. It's more than I wanted to pay, you know, but this is what God do. God gives you these blessings that's above where you are, and then you have to be able to reach. It's growing me. It's growing my family. So we're growing. We got this huge blessing, brand new studio, brand new neighborhood. You know, you could spit on the school. You could spit on the park. You know what I'm saying? You could walk outside with the kids. So before I was in the inner city, so it's a blessing, but, you know, it was a lot of pain. It was a lot of stress. We literally didn't have anywhere to go. We literally didn't have nowhere to live. We literally didn't have no help. You know, my mom just passed away, and I'm dealing with that, and nobody was there. Like, you know, she called me to check on me, and I didn't take it right because I was so down. Like, she called me to check on me to see if I found a place, and it hurt because I couldn't find a place for my family despite having good credit and good. As we deal with this inflation, as we deal with the things happening in the world, you know, people talk a lot, but unless you've been through these hard times, you don't know what it is out here. It's a crisis. And I had the money. I had the money and the good credit. I had, in California, $3,000 a month. So it's $3,000 plus $3,000 plus a deposit. That's $7,000, bro. That's $7,000. Plus you got to pay $3,000 again the next month. Who got that money as a black man? We know from the ADOS FBA debate that the average black family is only worth $1,500 without the car. I did a story about the moratorium where people owe $15,000 to PG&E. People owe $10,000 to the water company. What happened when you get put out? And the rent then gone up because BlackRock and Zillow then bought up all the apartments, and it's $5,000 to move. It's $5,000 to move because the first last month and deposit is $5,000. Plus you got to be ready to pay the rent in 3 weeks. And we debating over Battle of the Sexes. No, man. People are being evicted. It's a housing crisis. Do you got $5,000? Do you have 700 plus credit? Jay Sean is a renter. Jay Sean just sold his house. Jay Sean, to avoid a problem, right? He's looking for a premium tenant. Y'all, he's looking for a premium tenant. 700 credit. I got over 700 credit. 500,000. They're picking people with 850. I'm like, why is someone with 850 renting? I'm going through a divorce. That's why I'm renting a home. But if you got 800 credit, why are you renting? This is the reality on the ground. Minimum wage ain't doing it. Minimum wage ain't getting you $5,000. That's why it's so much homeless, because no one can afford first, last, and a deposit. This is what's not being talked about. It's homeless because a working family don't got $6,000 liquid. They don't got it. 300 said, move out of California and don't look back. You ain't never lied. Move out of California and don't look back. That's what the brothers on the panel were saying today, because the cost of living in California is astronomical. The cost of living. So you got $3,000 a month for a 1-bedroom, right? And gas in San Francisco is above $6, almost $7. In Sacramento, gas is $5.29. San Francisco, $300. How much is gas in Santa Monica? San Francisco gas is $7. $3,000 a month plus $7 a gallon for gas. Can you afford that today? If that happens in Kentucky, this is what 300 is talking about. If the economy in San Francisco, because of inflation, moves to Kentucky, what happens to the people in Kentucky? What happens to the people in Kentucky when their gas is $7 a gallon and the rent is $3,000 a month for a 1-bedroom? No one in Kentucky can afford that. Everyone in Kentucky becomes homeless. Is anybody listening? I got the big ears. Dennis got the big ears. Is anybody listening? What happens? My brothers are saying, move out of California. I agree. Move out of California. But that was before Putin, right? That was before the pandemic. Now it doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter where you live. The economics of California is coming to the whole country. In March, the interest rates are going up. The Fed is raising the interest rates. Inflation is going up. The economics of California is going to be the economics of the entire country. What happens to Kentucky? What happens to West Virginia when the gas is $7 a gallon? Yeah, rich white folk are leaving California. It's an exodus. It's an exodus. I watch a guy. He lives in LA, right? He has 1 million subscribers. He sells real estate. He moved out of California. He did. You know what he did? He moved to Vegas. He said it's cheaper in Vegas, but Vegas is close enough to LA that I can still keep my business in LA. I can still do my real estate and do my YouTube channel in LA, right? But I'm going to live in Vegas. And we can still fly back and forth to LA to have fun and do certain things you can only do in LA, but we're no longer going to live in LA. This is a millionaire. This is a millionaire. I watch him. I think he might got 3 million subscribers on YouTube. Plus, he sells real estate, $1 million commercial properties. This is a young white dude. He's a real estate mogul with the million subscriber YouTube channel. He moved out of California to Vegas. He moved out of California to Vegas. You know what his number one reason for moving was? The homelessness. What Jay Sean showed, he said, I live in the most rich place in the world, and my wife can't walk to Walgreens. My wife cannot walk to Walgreens because there's so many homeless encampments. He said, that's why we're moving. He said, if I'm not safe and I paid $3 million for this house and my wife can't walk to the store, why am I living here? So it wasn't even the cost of living. It was the quality of life. So my brothers in the chat are saying move because the cost of living, and we're paying all this for piss poor quality. You got a better quality of life. You got a better quality of life. Oh, that's good. That's some good tea. Daniel Cameron, everybody. Just for context. Daniel Cameron, everybody, just for context. Let's go back to court. Let's go back to court. Let's go back to court. Hey, any of the brothers want to chop it up? I'll put the link in the chat. If any of the brothers want to chop it up, I'll put the link in the chat. Okay, that ain't the one. Now remember, we have Brett. We have the police officer Brett Hankison on trial. Brett Hankison is a scapegoat, because the reason why I would say Brett Hankison is a scapegoat is because how much time can he actually receive? He's being charged for shooting. And another thing that happens with this case, the way they framed it, if we allow this to go down like this, then this is why no-knock warrants are still legal. If we allow this to go down like this is why no-knock warrants are still legal. Because what's happened with Attorney General Daniel Cameron is nothing that was done wrong in this raid has been addressed. The fact that, and Jay Sean, you're military. Let me put the link in the chat. Jay Sean is military. Jay Sean, this was a piss poor operation. Jay Sean is in the military. Jay Sean talks about working with high-level generals. Now, imagine, I wonder what would happen to Jay Sean. I don't have to speculate. I know what would happen. But I wonder what would happen to Jay Sean if he was leading a team, an OPSEC, right? And he had to do a nighttime raid, right? He's a professional, right? He's worked his way into this elite unit. Jay Sean has worked his way into this elite unit. They don't even look like military, right? He worked his way in this elite unit. At the head of this elite unit, he has a midnight OPSEC. He's going in blindly. The lives of his crew is in his hand. Not even the person that he's going to apprehend. I'm going into this unknown building to apprehend somebody. The lives of my crew are in my hand. Because of that, because I am Jay Sean, because I am on this elite crew, we have standard operating procedures. We have SOPs. And I am anal about the SOPs. There is a search warrant checklist. I'm going to go over the search warrant checklist 3 times with my crew. Jay Sean, the search warrant checklist was never done. The search warrant checklist cannot be found. They have to do a search warrant checklist and everybody has to sign off. That was never done. There's an operation plan. The operation plan has the map, has the schematics of the building, has the number of people, why we're going, the protection, the shield. Everyone has to sign off on the op plan and the supervisor have to sign off on the op plan. That was never done. The checklist was never done. The operation plan was never done. There was a ballistic shield, part of the standard operating procedure. The ballistic shield was not used. It's supposed to be battle ram, bulletproof ballistic shield, then you enter. That was not done against standard operating procedure. Jay Sean, is there any surprise that someone died? Is there any surprise that someone died when these men did not follow one of their SOPs and no one is charged, no one is reprimanded? Let's get back to court. 300 said, I'm just in the beginning of just asking you a question. What are you going to do when your rent goes to extreme up that you can't afford keeping a roof over your head? I think the homeless people live better than the people paying rent. That's what I learned from studying my homeless. In San Francisco, the homeless get $500 a month. Everybody today is talking about the UBI. The UBI already exists. Homeless got $12 billion in the CARES Act. So UBI is here now. Homeless got $12 billion in the CARES Act. I read to you the Supreme Court judgment that says you have to give homeless people money here now, and you have to give homeless people housing. What's up, 300?
What's up? Perfect. Yeah, I wanna talk about this very quick before you continue with the video. You know, I lived 14 years in Los Angeles, California. Yes, it is a beautiful state, but what is the price that you're paying to live in that motherfucker? You know, I paid $13,000 on my store rent only for store, not included internet, electricity, water, trash. All that is not even included. Plus, I lived in Santa Monica. I paid $3,700 for 2-bedroom. Okay. Yeah, 2-bedroom. We're not talking about 3-bedroom or fancy Hollywood actor lifestyle or so. No, just a shitty ass 2-bedroom. You know, nothing special about it. So I spend every month almost $20,000 every month. You know, as a business owner. So I am glad I fucking left that bitch, you know, and I'm not gonna look back again, you know, because you are a slave in California. I want you to understand that you are a fucking slave. You're working your ass off just to pay rent, you know, and this will go that far that it's gonna be in every other state the same way pretty soon. This is just the beginning. Like I keep saying that, you know.
Yes.
You know, what are you gonna do when that happens? You know, you need to have a plan B because they don't give a shit about you.
No.
They don't care what you have done, what you have in your past, what you have paid, and where you have lived, what your job is, and all that. They are hungry bitches. They want more and more from you.
It's changing now.
Yeah.
I got friends who moved to Arizona. I went to high school in Arizona. So a lot of conservatives moved to Arizona. You know, Arizona didn't have Martin Luther King Day, right? Arizona is now a blue state. Some of the white friends I have that are conservative or Republican now want to leave Arizona. This is not the answer. With 300 is saying we cannot continue to move because it's changing everywhere. The economics of California is coming to the whole country. It's already doing it. I got friends who are white, conservative Republicans who now want to leave Arizona. They're saying, Dennis, it's not what it used to be anymore. Arizona is a blue state. It has homeless, crime, but it's not about Democrats. It's about America crumbling, society crumbling. And that is happening everywhere. Oregon used to be a place you could go. Oregon's murder rate is shooting up. Washington, Seattle, it's happening everywhere. It's a trickle effect, and everyone thinks you could just move and run away from it. That was possible pre-pandemic, pre-Putin. Yes, you could move out of California. Now everything is done. It's done. What's happening in Europe is going to happen here. They're not telling you how broke Europe is. People starving. They don't got food. Brexit broke them, and then the pandemic broke them. That is coming here. It's not just going to be you can't pay your rent. the country won't be able to afford to pay for imports. If like Europe, if America is broke like Europe, you know what happened in Europe 300, me and Suncor covered? There's a company called CP. It's an American company. 75% of the food that we consume in the world, this company touches because we eat so much processed food. And one of the ingredients in the processed food, the gas, this company makes. So they had a plant in Europe, and 75% of the food in Europe goes through this plant, right?
Mm-hmm.
The plant shut down.
Mm.
The plant couldn't afford to operate in Europe anymore. So you know what happened? The government bought the plant and kept the plant open. Europe is already Russia.
Yeah, they already, even companies here in the United States have announced that they're gonna stop producing because they cannot cover their cost anymore. People are not buying anything, you know. So, and especially like right now, you know, you are in California or people in New York. These are the two most expensive states. Okay, so imagine how much income you need to have to prepare. You know, I mean, you barely are paying your rent. There is no money left for you that you start buying prepping equipment. You know what I
I'm
mean?
from San Francisco. You're from LA. In
Yeah.
San Francisco, my baby mama lived in San Francisco. And I said this 3 years ago. I don't know what it is now. But 3 years ago, with 114,000 get you food stamps. You don't get cash aid, but up into $114,000 in San Francisco, it's probably true in LA, you can qualify for food stamps. What am I saying? I'm saying in San Francisco, California, the high value man is broke. In San Francisco, California, $100,000 is low income. $100,000 is low income. Let's break it down. A 2-bedroom, $3,700 a month. How much is that a year, right? That's over close to $50,000 a year simply on your rent. Half your money is gone on your rent. Half your money is gone on your rent. $3,700 a month. Then you got to eat, you got to buy gas, and you got to live. 100,000 is low income in San Francisco and LA.
Yeah.
You qualify for subsidized housing. You qualify for food stamps.
And see, the sad part is this, Perfect. How many people make 100,000? There are people, they have 3-4 jobs. You know, I have met people in LA. They have 3-4 jobs. The guy says, I go only home to sleep only for 3-4 hours, and then I have to wake up and go back to work again. You know, so all this entertainment bullshit that they have put there, you know, you're never gonna see because you're busting your ass off. You know, so I don't see the point, and that is the reason why I left. I don't see the point of living in Los Angeles when I have to sleep in my fucking store because I'm working 18, 19 hours a day just to pay this rent off, you know. There is no point, there is no living anywhere. It's slavery right there, you know. So, and that's the reason why I decided to leave. I said, you know, I have enough of this kind of lifestyle. I want to live. I can't even go anywhere. I have to stay in my store, sell my clothes, design, print, and check my inventory. You know, I don't have time for anything else. I'm slave of my store. I'm staying in the store. I don't go anywhere, you know. And I said, no, I'm out of here. And I can only give this best advice to anybody who still live in California. Get your ass out of that motherfucker, and don't ever think of moving back. Because what happened to this one guy in New York, the rent got so up, he decided to leave California, leave New York, move to Pennsylvania, I believe, and he said, you know, oh, they did reduce the price again, and he moved back to New York again, opened his business, and got himself a place and whatever. And what happened? They just trick you. They just want you to come back so they can suck all your money out of you. That's what it is, you know. So if you live in these big states like New York, um, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, Miami, in these kind of places, you better get your ass out of there as long as you can, because as soon as they suck all your money out and you end up on the street, there is no recovering from there. I've been there before.
I agree.
And that's the reason why I've been telling you that, Perfect. When I said, people need to create a community together, get on some land and start building for themselves. Stop buying that shit, this payment plan crap, car note, house note shit. That's gonna fuck you up on the end. I mean, just think about this right now, okay? You get a loan for $300,000 or $500,000 from the bank because you're trying to build a house, right? So suddenly, the lumber went from $22 to $66. What happens now? Now you are short. Now you are short on your material. So, but regardless, you have to pay this $300,000 back to the bank. Now you have $3,000 on your ass and a non-built home. See what I'm saying? So I don't believe in car notes or a house note, and I understand what some of on your channel people talking about life insurance. Dude, you need to wake up, those were things from the past. The new reality looks completely different. We don't know if we get to that point, actually. No, I see things getting worse and worse. I mean, just look from 2020 till now. What have changed so far? You need to be smarter than that.
We're truly in a paradigm shift, and that word has been used so much that it's been passe, because when we're actually in a paradigm shift, we don't know how to deal with it. But we're going into like Pastor said it last night with the fourth industrial revolution. Like, these things are inevitable as we move into this portable society. Yeah. How do you have life insurance as everything is in the metaverse, right? What do you have life insurance on? Are you going to insure your avatar? Because our kids might want to have life insurance on their avatar, right?
Yeah, so I'm glad we're having this conversation. And
I mean, for real, right? My son cried when he lost access to an avatar when that Xbox character, he forgot the password. I'm not talking about I'm talking about real life. I'm talking about real life. And I done paid thousands of dollars for this little nigga. And Pastor, you probably one of these little niggas I done gave Xbox cards to for your birthday, nigga. I done paid thousands of dollars for this nigga to buy Nikes. This not new. My son bought Nikes on his Xbox avatar. Did not anybody else do that? Xbox Live?
That's the thing about it, yo. Like,
they can't wait to do this. He gonna buy it with his own money. So my dad helped me build an avatar. Now I'm 23. I go get a job and I have to build my own person. Nigga, I'm gonna say that's what I'm gonna spend my paycheck on.
That's gonna be the avatar might be another form of life insurance. I mean, the avatar is doing the hard work now. The avatar is doing all the traveling, all has a digital footprint. You're just kind of sitting back, not using much energy. It's really weird, man, what's going on. I don't know if life insurance is going to become more digital. I don't know if life insurance is going to be put into a blockchain or form. I don't know if they're going to create another block for health and life insurance, which is, we already know that's happening. I don't know if traditional life insurances are going to be applicable. I think they might be grandfathered in. There's just so many questions there's so many questions. I know one thing, we need to get our gold and silver up, because silver just jumped like a mofo. we got to diversify. We got to get our guns, our ammo up. We got to learn how to farm again. I don't know if you can actually insure life. I just know that God gives us life. And I just know we got to go. We got to push now while we got it, or while we looking to have it.
I want to go back to the Breonna Taylor case. I agree about I talked about the medicinal, the knowledge of plants. Put a pin in that. Let's go back to that. But did y'all see what I said about Daniel Cameron? Did you see the picture of the AG of Kentucky and his wife, and Jay Sean put up that he is married to the granddaughter of Mitch McConnell?
What the fuck? So that means how can they lose?
Daniel Cameron, the Attorney General of Kentucky. When I heard that name, I assumed that it was not the person that it turned out to be. Daniel Cameron, the Attorney General of Kentucky, is an African-American male, a young black man like you, Pastor. He's the first black man elected to the office of Attorney General in Kentucky, and he's the first Republican to be Attorney General in Kentucky since 1944. And then Jay Sean put in the chat that he also is married to the granddaughter of Mitch McConnell. This gentleman is the person who said that no one will be charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. No charges will be filed against the men who shot and killed Breonna Taylor. This is Daniel Cameron right here.
Dang.
First, it's not funny. That's what I said, though. I said, damn. Damn.
Turtle face.
This is him. This is Daniel. When I brought him up, I was like, this ain't Daniel. I just knew it was going to be somebody else, right? Because I didn't think somebody like this would do what Daniel did. So Daniel, after we watched yesterday's testimony of this clown face back here, this clown right here who did not follow operations plans, did not follow the checklist, and resulted in a death, said there was a lot of charges that could have been filed. There were several different charges that could have been filed against the entire team, let alone the three shooters. Daniel decided to not charge anyone and said that the shooting death of Breonna Taylor is justified. So yesterday when I said that I was the first person to say that the shooting death of Breonna Taylor was justified, this man here is the person who said that Breonna Taylor's death was a justifiable shooting. Not anyone else. It lays on his hat. And he is married to Mitch McConnell, granddaughter. Now, you guys remember who Mitch McConnell is, right? Mitch McConnell is the leader of the Republican Senate, right? Just like in the parliament over there in Europe, right? Mitch McConnell is the one who had a secret meeting on the night Barack Obama was elected to president and said that we will not let Barack Obama get anything accomplished. In my eyes, that is treasonous. I didn't know that was legal to do that. I didn't know you could have secret meetings and conspire against the power of the presidency. But that's what Mitch McConnell did, and he admitted doing the shit. Now this motherfucker here is married to his granddaughter.
And they still and the other one they still bang the other men still hitting her. They still breaking her.
Now we think racism exists. Race 300 always says, Dennis, it ain't about the black shit. There is no racism, y'all. So you know what God helped me understand when I start first with Jay Sean. Before Jay Sean gave me this information, I started analogizing Kamala Harris, and I reminded individuals that Kamala Harris was the AG of California, the top cop of California, and that her meteoric rise involved her being made the first Republican female black Attorney General of California. Sounds similar to this man, right? So I said to everybody listening, this is beyond the Breonna Taylor case. I said, remember who the name Daniel Cameron is. And then I brought up his picture and I said, damn, just like you, Pastor, because I wanted to educate the audience on who Daniel Cameron is, because I said, we will see Daniel Cameron again. Now, this is before I knew who he was married to. I just said that based on what has taken event in recent events, that you will see Daniel Cameron again. He will run. He will run for Senate or Congress. Then I said,
he's gonna run higher than that.
Right. So Jay Sean said, perfect. He's married to Mitch McConnell's granddaughter. Now, who the fuck would have guessed that? Because Mitch McConnell was supposed to be racist, right? He's supposed to be racist, right? This black and white thing is supposed to be real, right? Now, this motherfucker, talk about cuck. He got a woman at his backside. Does she got a strap on? Who the fuck takes a picture? What black man takes a picture with a woman on your backside? What the fuck is this? I know 300 is at home and Mrs. 300 is looking at this shit. Like, what the fuck is this? Why the fuck are you taking a picture with a woman on your ass? Put a pin in that.
Look how she holding him. Look how she holding him.
She look like she's inserted. She look like she's inserted.
He falling back on her. He looking all feminine, falling back on her. What if he is in a what is he might be in a submissive position?
This is a submissive position. You don't get,
yeah.
So what I started to speculate is, what state is Mitch McConnell senator in? Could this be a possible replacement for Mitch McConnell? Because Mitch McConnell got to leave, right? And how does Mitch McConnell? We talk about avatars. We talk about the neural link, and me and you have talked about the D wave and the CERN collider. But what ways have rich and powerful people made themselves? What's the word? What made rich people have made themselves like not be able to die? You know what I'm saying?
They made themselves immortal. Through pupils. That's what, like, if you look at bitch ass master teacher, bitch ass.
Yes, excellent analogy, excellent example. Do that bitch ass master teacher. So how do people make themselves immortal in modern times? You create a replica. You marry into my family. This is what the Rothschild, this is what marriage is all about. How do I extend my legacy beyond my lifetime? He is married into my granddaughter. He is me. Barack Obama, didn't we learn the other day that Barack Obama is related to the Bushes on both sides? We thought he was black. Hello, Barack Obama's not black.
Well,
Hello.
he is black. He's just he's
like Jero say, like Big Bro say, there is no such thing as black. Like the Moors say, black is akin to death. That was a trick. Like 300 always say, Dennis, why you always say black? There is no black. That's how they play us. We thought Barack Obama was black because we think black is a thing. Look at this picture. Black is not a thing. Black is for niggas. Look at this shit. Is he black?
Couldn't hold on me like that. She pretty, but she couldn't be holding on to me like that.
Hell no.
Nah.
Is he black? See, this is the mind fuck. Is black a real thing? Was Barack Obama black? If he were related to the Bushes on both sides, if he was related to the Cheneys, if he was raised by a white grandmother, he's influenced by his white mom and white grandmother, never knew that black African. These things real? Imagine how 300 as an Iranian coming here owning the business in LA, look at all of us like we just fucking idiots. To him, there's no difference. When we leave here, we all American. We sound American. We look American. We're going to get ripped off and treated like Americans. It don't matter if you a nigga American, a white nigga American, or a yellow nigga American. You American when you leave this motherfucker. You smell American. You act American. You talk American. You spend money like you American, and we don't get it. But we think this motherfucker black. So how does Mitch McConnell make himself immortal? Well, niggas believe in black. I'm going to pick this person, and he's going to continue my ideology, and I'm going to hand over my Senate seat to him. And everybody going to say how great I am. Oh, Mitch McConnell, you changed. Oh, Mitch McConnell, you came around. You're going to give your Senate seat to a black man when black ain't shit. Black ain't real. That's what 300 always say. But Mitch McConnell can give his Senate seat to someone black. He may have a even worse ideology than Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell might be dancing on in heaven, dancing a motherfucking jig. knowing that he put this person in power and he gonna do worse to blacks than he could ever do. He said no one's being charged in the Breonna Taylor case. Just to give an example of what's to come from Daniel Cameron.
We can't trust these brothers with the last name Cameron. We got Glenn. Who had to check these Cameron brothers?
Oh man. Man, come on, man. Man, I'm telling you, 5.0 Buildosphere can't be fucked with, man. These topics we be getting into, like why a man killing families, man. Like now we talking about Daniel Cameron as it relates to Breonna Taylor. I have heard no one do this type of reporting on this issue. I've heard
I haven't either.
Nah, man. The way you expose the topic, the way women had to come up. We had a young man come on the panel last night, man. I'm so proud of you, bro. Like this shit, man. Like, no, despite, I mean, I want the accolades, man. I want the money and all that shit. But when I pray, this is what I pray for. I pray for young women, beautiful women, and young men that's a handsome, intelligent man to listen to us. And this shit is like a God listens to prayer. Like when 300 be saying, like, this is what's more important than all the shit, man. This ability, man. This is what we honing right now. Because when it's time for us to build these communities, these leadership skills we're honing right now, it's gonna be relevant, man. So our ability, you a real pastor, man.
Thank you, brother. It's streamlining up because it's like it's all lining up. Like have 300s coming over here. We go to 300s, and we come over to my place. Then the other people over there. It's all aligning up where we're going all in the. It's like it's working out smooth, and that's the reason why I'm on the I just think it's gonna work out smooth. I really think it's the build. I think it's the building process, but it's building faster than we may. Perfect. We're building faster than you may think. You have a lot of people that were online and they only get like 10 views, and they've been up here for a long time. So it's not. We're not moving metaverse speed, but we're moving pretty quick. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing good.
Right. This 5.0 thing is real. And that was solidified by the villain sphere. I mean, like people say you're not real until you have an adversary. But when I heard about the villain sphere, that really made me feel good about the fact that this thing that we work so hard to build is a real thing. This 5.0 Buildosphere has become, like you said, is growing like way faster and way bigger than I may even recognize and understand. Like it's a real thing, man. And we've really put in the work to create a real foundation, like a real rock is built upon this thing. Like I believe that's why God has brought people like 300 into our fray, like because of what we built on. He wouldn't feel comfortable coming around us if we talked about, his wife wouldn't feel comfortable coming on our panels if we always was on some BS. It's because we discuss things as men and we're progressive. So it's a beautiful thing, bro. Yeah, man. This male progression is, like I say, 5.0 is men elevating men. And that's what we've been able to do, and how that's influenced our women. That was the goal. And that's what Nameless said. Nameless said, you can't focus on the women. You have to focus internally on yourselves. Improve yourselves, and then the women will conform to you because they will be attracted, and women will rise to that, to whatever you are. The thing is that women are already at a level above us. So if we start acting as kings, the women are just going to come slide into place. So that's what we got to do. We got to get over these mental hurdles. You know what I mean? So that's what we work on so much in this space. That's what I wanted that young man to understand last night, that we understand that the actions of these men were wrong. We don't promote any violence or any retroactive behavior. We promote self-love and proactiveness, progression. You know what I'm saying? Because that digging yourself out of the hole, I've done that, man. I put myself in the hole. Like when we talk about California, when we talk about the rent, like these potholes of despair, we talk, like I put myself in the pothole of despair and no one's coming to get you out. So the best lesson that I've learned for people like Sheed and 300 and Pastor is to be proactive on the pothole. And what elders have taught me is that life is the same street and it's the same pothole. Young men, learn to walk around the pothole. Life is not a mystery. It's the same street for everybody, and that pothole is in the same place. The only thing is, a young man, we don't give a fuck. We think we can get into trouble and get out of trouble, and it ain't shit. But I tell you, it get harder and harder the older you get. And what you learn is to avoid the pitfalls of life. And that has everything to do with you and not about the pitfall. And what we have done in this space is beat up on the pitfall. The pitfall is going to be the pitfall. A snake is going to be a snake. But you, as a king, as a man, your vision. That's where I love 300, because it's like, and it's about developing your vision and your perspective. Because whatever's coming is just another pitfall. And like the Bible say, whatever death or famine or is not something that hasn't happened to men before. That's why I love spirituality. That's why I like the Shaolin monks, because it grounds you. Whatever may come, it has happened to a human man before, and he survived it. So when 300 say, what will you do? You need to get your mind right, get your spirituality right. 300 is strong in mind, strong in spirit. And that's where I resonate. I understand nothing's going to happen to me that hasn't happened to a man before. And that man was able to overcome it. You got to have a strong mind and belief in a strong spirit. We in this space thinking like we unique. Nah, not at all. Earlier, when you said the knowledge of plants, I talked about my grandmother being in Mississippi and walking with my grandmother and getting a mosquito bite, and my grandmother taking a branch off the tree and rubbing it on my mosquito bite to calm the sting. When 300 say, what you gonna do? I like, the knowledge of plants is gonna come back. I was explaining my herbal tea and the medicinal properties of the herbal tea, and how back when they would give you an elixir, when you steep your herbal tea, I'm steeping it because the plant's medicinal properties live inside the flower's oils, and I want that plant to open up, and I want those oils to dilute the water. So I get the medicinal properties of the plant. That's why I'm drinking the medicinal tea, the herbal tea. The knowledge of these plants, the knowledge of the herbs and the true medicine, that knowledge that grandma had, the neem plant, that she would just be walking in Mississippi and just rub something on me and I feel better. And I look at grandma like she was magical. 300 said his wife said she a witch. That's that when my grandma would do shit like that, that's what that's about. People got a negative connotation to these words. But that knowledge, that's what's going to matter. Them knowledge of plants moving forward, the medicinal properties of plants, yeah, that's what's going to matter going forward. How to plant a seed, how to gestate seeds, how to bring things to crop. Yeah. We lost these things.
Perfect. My dad used to say, it's not here, it's here. You know, it's not what you have in here, but it's what you have in here. And yeah, my mom used to be a doctor. She used to make medication out of plants, you know. Plants and herbs, you know.
Pastor was bringing that up. I just wanted to bring that up again because I started off with that this morning before Pastor came. I was talking about my grandmother because, you know, I miss my grandmother. I remember those times. And when she passed away, that knowledge left because my mother didn't think of it as something that to pass down, you know. And I'm having to learn that from books now, you know. But when we were like more indigenous people, like more dealing with the earth, this is what we had before we had the white man's clothes and the white man's books. We had these knowledge of how to cultivate seed and the knowledge of medicinal plants.
Yeah. That's I'm about to bust this bad boy open right now. Looking like I'm gonna have to find that.
I know people don't like that when we get into that type of shit. That's real shit, though,
Motherfuckers don't like when we get talking about that.
But that's what we wanted. We wanted to dress like them. We wanted to look like them.
But every time I get to reading these books about herbs and spices, I mean the Greeks, the Romans, a lot of people they pick a certain area and time in which even the Egyptians, but they pick a certain area and time in which they're willing to let us pull from, and it's just I get it, but we have to really pull. We can pull from out of what they're willing to give us, because they're washing the information. There were plenty of books before this, but they're washing the information, so you have to catch it before they wash it.
They're curating what we know.
Mm-hmm. It's smart. It's really smart to do, really, if you think about it, because if we could really get our look at what we're doing with like 5 and 10 books, 5, 10 books, our life experience, and what we know as people, and our networking skills. And so imagine if you give us a lot of books, a lot of networking, and a lot of skill, you've got a problem, because each individual person is now powerful.
Right. This is why the confusion is always constant. 24/7 news. Why do we need 24/7 news? Something's not happening all the time. And keep you distracted from the knowledge that's available. That's what we do it to ourselves as Black men. No one is like sharing our shows, like, so we distract ourselves from that. We go talk about booties, and we go talk about battle of the sexes, and what we're doing is we're providing a distraction for our own self, and we know it's not fruitful discussion, and it takes away from the attention of our psyche, so we don't focus on the things that could help us build.
So perfect. And Pastor, I want to ask you a question. Where do you think, what direction we're heading to?
Well, I know
control, but
go ahead, Pastor. Go ahead, Pastor.
Because as I read this, there was a Greek philosopher, Aristotle, right? Aristotle came up with your first narc system because he wanted control. He was he came up with organon, which he also composed and described many formulas and recipes using herbs that he and his fellow philosophers had studied, and he listed the herbs he found to be poisonous or narcotic, because Aristotle knew the herbal knowledge might be misused by weak men, or even be employed to commit murder. And this is what they're writing in books from the past. What is Bill Gates? He wants a lot of control, and he wants the use of pharmacology to be able to kill me. And philosophers that study, we see right now, we philosophizing over the plant, and that's what these people were doing back then. They were philosophizing over the plant and how data, goodness, information could be used very destructively by weak men. And I thank God that there's more men with strength pulling up to have these conversations. That's how I feel the future is going to be. It's going to be more men. There's going to be more men fighting to get this information, do something good with it.
Okay, this is a deep answer. I'm gonna get to that question. 300 be coming with some deep shit. Okay, this is the reality, right?
As always.
and I know, because he know I'll be thinking on a different level, right? And YouTube don't like me, but 300 could say whatever the fuck he want, but I don't give a fuck no more. So this is it. Everything is gonna go according to plan, right? Everything is gonna go according to plan because they make 100-year plans. So in the 90s, when we first started with this the golden era, is when blacks first understood some of this shit, right? When some of this shit started coming out. And it has to do with the internet being created in the 90s and the FOI Act, the Freedom of Information, and when black people started first researching this shit. So these are 100-year plans. For an example, I always bring up this NPR interview where they asked this Indian man who was involved in logistics about the shipping crisis and how would it get fixed and how fast it would get fixed. And the Indian man did not answer in yes and no's. It's the same thing with black and white. When you have these things, there are no yes and no's, there are no black and whites. That's how they fuck us, because we so fucking low frequency. You think there's a yes and no. There is no yes and no. There is no black and white, motherfucker. So the Indian didn't answer the white boy, and the white boy thought he was smart, and the white boy obviously was out of his league. And the Indian just laughed and said, well, I'm sorry to tell you, but this is not a 6-month solution because this is not a 6-month problem. That's basically telling the white boy you fucked. You fucked because the shipping crisis started 10 years ago. And it's going to take you double that to fix your problem because you have a mental problem first that you have to fix with your docks and your shipping, the way it's designed and the logistics that you won't get past because you're white men, right? And if you get past that, it's going to take you another years to build what you need to fix your problem, right? And then you don't have the money. But the Indian man couldn't tell the white man this. The Indian man told the white man that this is not a 6-month solution, white man, because it's not a 6-month problem, you white motherfucker. You took 10 years to get your arrogant white ass into this. It's going to take you at least 20 to get your arrogant white ass out. So if you get what the fuck I'm saying and you get what 300 is asking, 20 years to get out of this fucking problem, this is a 100-year fucking plan. There's a lot of money to be made off of us figuring out how to get the fuck out of it. The answer is everything will go as to plan, you motherfucking idiots. And you don't even know the fucking plan, despite Blaze, all these people telling you the plan, the book called The Reset. The plan is out there. There's a lot of white boys. Look, my number's going down because you motherfuckers' feelings getting hurt. That's okay because I don't give a fuck. Everything will go according to plan, right? So the question is, and this is the scary part, and I'm glad everybody left, right? You could watch it in replay. The question is, will there be a resistance? And then the next question is, where will that resistance come from? And if you understand history and math, you know the answer to one of those questions. And the answer to one of those questions is yes, there will be a resistance. Where the resistance will come from, I do not know yet because God has not given me that. But if I was a better historian, I probably could deduce where it was going to come from. So the motherfuckers in power, the oppressors, the eternals, and all these motherfuckers are preparing for the resistance, the Neo. I've said I'm Neo in this space. They gave you the Matrix, and Matrix 4 was some bullshit. The black woman came up with the Matrix because they understand. They even gave you the Bible. The Bible is the Matrix. What am I saying? That they know that there is a mathematical equation that will create a resistance. That's Neo. That's Jesus. Doesn't have to be a real person. It's just an equation, right? This is a 100-year plan. No one can stop this plan. Huh? I'm hurting people's feelings. Motherfucker, it doesn't matter, solar panel, whatever the fuck you got. You're not a Rothschild. You're fucked. Okay? It's bloodline. No one will stop this plan. So when people start realizing that it's bloodline and everyone is fucked, that's when the resistance comes out. And all the question is, who is the fucking Neo, right? And who and how the resistance will be formulated. And that's what the oppressor is planning for. That's why he's creating Daniel Cameron's. That's why he creates drugs and fentanyl, because he wants to kill off the next Neo. That's why Tupac gets killed. That's why Nipsey Hussle gets killed, because no Neo, no resistance. Because if we get a Tupac, if we get a Perfect Timing, if we get a Nipsey Hussle, then we might get a Neo. And we can't have a Neo because mathematically it's inevitable. That's what will happen, 300. Everything will go to plan because it's a 100-year plan and people are stupid as fuck. Only question is, will there be a resistance? And if you understand math and history, then you know, yes, there will be a resistance, and the powerful people are preparing for that resistance. They are preparing. That's why Neo exists. It's a subconscious plan. It's understanding.
My friend, we have created math.
That's what's going to happen. So I don't know who Neo is going to be. I don't know who the resistance is going to be. And I don't know if Neo is going to win. To anybody hearing this in replay, getting hopeful, I don't know if Neo is going to win, because did Jesus win? The people picked Jesus. The people let Barabbas go. Even today, mothers are letting their babies die. We just did a story about fathers killing their families. The Pharaoh did not want the blood of Neo on his hands. The Pharaoh knew this was a powerful being. Back to 300's wife and her beliefs. The Pharaoh knew this was a powerful being. So he did not want the death of this, no matter if it was the son of God. I don't know who it is. I don't give a fuck who it is. I know, even though you motherfuckers is playing and you Pharisees is in here, well, he got to die, he doing this, he fucking up the money and all. I don't give a fuck about what you talking about. I'm the Pharaoh for a reason, motherfucker. My bloodline. I'm not killing him. It's my birthday. Give it up to the people. Give it up to the people. And the people picked to let Barabbas go free. And they killed the Son of God. Even all of the miracles he had done in the street. This has happened before. It's happened before. That's what the Matrix was about. Even in the Matrix, they turned on Neo. When they found out he was a son of God and he could free Zion, Silas said, send me back in the Matrix. Fuck Neo. Fuck that shit. Fuck Zion. It happens every day in the manosphere. People come to my channel and say, fuck that shit. Fuck progression. Fuck growth. Literally, fuck progression. Fuck growth.
I'm going to tell you my view, the way I see it. I believe, this system, or the way we've been living is going to come to an end. And the reason I'm saying that is because just look around you, what's happening. Farmers are not growing anymore. Climate change, by 2050, we're going to have a hard time growing anything. The politicians are getting crazy. They starting now a war and all this. Half of the country is fucking unemployed. We don't produce anything. In 2020, over 1 million businesses shut down. If people don't know, look it up. I believe this is coming to an end pretty soon. It's just a matter of time. Not saying that it's going to happen tomorrow, but time will come.
Everything is going as planned.
Yeah.
The plan is not going to stop. The ball is not going to stop rolling. None of this is a surprise. None of this is a shock. All of this has been planned. People are profiting. Just recently, so many things have come out recently, right? We're 3 years into this thing, right? And what has come out? The mask never worked. I knew that because me and all of us on here work in the healthcare field. It was always a joke. We never got the N95 mask. I always wondered about that. We're the richest country in the world. I told people 3 years ago that America is over. Why did we have to bid for the M95? We never got M95 masks. We never got the proper mask. We never got the proper education. And because we couldn't afford the right things, they didn't educate the country. So what I'm saying is that this thing was planned out 100 years in advance and is going perfectly to plan. What we recently learned is that a lot of people moved money before this thing started. And the only way they could have known to move money in order to profit in things like toilet paper and other things, what's up, Scat Pack, is that they had knowledge of what was to come. 300 said 1 million businesses closed. And what we recently learned is that a lot of people moved money and moved things to profit. And the only way they could have known that is if they known the plan. And the plan did not just happen overnight. People didn't say, oh, this is about to happen, move your money. No, this is a 100-year plan. And little by little, it's coming out. But people's scope is so limited that when we talk about things like this, people are like, nah, it couldn't be. Which is why God is so good. The reason we got here is because of Daniel Cameron. Guess if you think it's so far-fetched. Like, these things, it's political theater. When we talk about, okay, what's president of the Ukraine name? Because we got to talk about political theater, right? Because that's what I wanted to talk about, political theater, and I'm going to go back to the video. Daniel Cameron, first African-American Attorney General of Kentucky, the first Republican Attorney General in 44 years, also married to the granddaughter of Mitch McConnell, supposedly racist, head of the Senate, right? Had a meeting to say that Barack Obama would not be able to do shit. Turns out Barack Obama is related to the Bushes on both sides. The president of the Ukraine. Turns out the president of the Ukraine is not only an actor, but a comedian. But he's not an actor or comedian like a regular actor or comedian. He's more like a Tyler Perry because he had 2 TV shows. He's more like a Simon Cowell because he's not just like an actor who got a TV show, right? He's not like someone who was funny and got a TV show. He actually owns a production company like Tyler Perry or Simon Cowell. He created his own American Idol, right? A hit American Idol show. He owned the show. He owned the soundstage. He owned a production company like Simon Cowell. He then created a TV show where a regular person became the president of the Ukraine. This is not a lie. This is real. This is the person, it's like Arch Ferdinand causing a war. Some stupid motherfucker that had nothing to do with anything caused a global conflict. It happened before, you guys. Pay attention. He's an actor and a comedian, but he owned a production company. He had an American Idol TV show. Then he created a hit TV show. The show was only on the air for 3 years, where a regular guy became president of the Ukraine. After 3 years, there was a revolution in the Ukraine. He ran for president as a joke. This is not conjecture. This is not just perfect timing talking. This is the reality on the ground right now. The president of the Ukraine who could lead us into a global conflict is an actor and a comedian who owned his own production company, who made a TV show. Now get this, if you don't believe that's convoluted enough, the name of the TV show, right, was this political party that he made up. He is currently president of the Ukraine, causing a global conflict under that television name. It's like Bart Simpson running for president as Bart Simpson. We voted for Bart Simpson to be president. And now Bart Simpson wants to go to cause a global fucking conflict. And I tell 300 this, and you know what 300 tells me? 300 says, perfect, he's also Russian. He's what? He's also Russian. He's not Ukraine. He's Russian. And he's telling Russia that we're not going to put down arms. He's Russian. He's an actor and a comedian that made himself president on television who ran as that television character and won the presidency. That's the person at the crux of a global conflict. On the Perfect Timing podcast. Daniel Cameron and Zelensky, the president of the Ukraine. Just so you know the political theater. So when I say political theater, you would say, who are the actors, Perfect? Who are the actors, Perfect? Daniel Cameron, Mitch McConnell, and the Zelensky. Ain't that his name? The president of Ukraine. Political theater. Breonna Taylor's death, murder. George Floyd. Political theater. It was used to change global politics. It had global ramifications. The Black Lives Matter protest, spearheaded by George Soros, and the money he made and the political shifts he was able to accomplish, silent weapons. Didn't Pastor say that? Silent weapons. Did they think George Floyd was a weapon? Silent weapons. What y'all got on it, man? I'm gonna go back to the video. Breonna Taylor, man. Daniel Cameron, Attorney General of Kentucky. Now we know why Breonna Taylor will never have justice. You know, as a reporter, it feels good to get a scoop and have a story, present a story in such a way that no one has done before. But it's also very painful. I didn't expect to see that young black man. I'm proud of young black men to be accomplished, like Pastor $40 to be a nurse. Traveling nurses make $150 an hour. Niggas talking about 100,000. There's no conception of what type of money that is for black people. It's what black women is making. It's black women. When I be hearing some people, I'll be like, you would be intimidated, bro, in some of the rooms I've been in, because I was intimidated because I didn't know these black women existed. And God forbid you in this room and this woman is beautiful and she make $100 an hour as a travel nurse and she's red pill. And you like, man, this ain't real. And she red pill. She from Texas. She from Louisiana. She just a nurse. She a travel nurse. $100 an hour. She red pill. Bad. But it's just not your knowledge. I had to get Epic certified and make $100,000 a year and be in a room where I'm telling her what to do. I'm telling the doctor what to do. And she says to me, the blacks in California is different. The way y'all talk to white people is different. I'm like, how can I train him? And she was like, you're right. Because I listen to you and I learn from you. I don't see people as white. It's my job to make sure he's proficient in the software so that he can adequately diagnose and help people. I give a fuck. That's why I've gotten promoted. But in the hood, when I'm selling dope, I didn't know that black woman existed. I just didn't. I never met her. And so I know, Pastor, it'd be hard for them because they don't get to meet her.
And then when they do meet, they don't really trust each other because, you know, and plus, you know, and honestly, they trying to block black men out of getting like a lot of these travel agencies. Because if you know you had anything in your past medical and anything on your criminal background, and you like, you know, it's a hard time getting these little contracts and stuff. So when you work, you got to work and save and not waste, and it's a lot. You know, it's always a lot.
Oh, they go for the African.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They don't got to pay the African as much. A lot of the black people you see in the hospital are not ADOS. so they don't got to pay them that much. Unfortunately. All right, let's go back to the video. This is Detective Brett Hankison. He is the only one charged on the Flex Crash Task Force. Tuesdays and Thursdays is task days. They were part of a narcotics unit. They never wore uniforms. They never drove police. They were always in unmarked vehicles. They worked intertwined with the feds. They only dealt with high-level narcotics all the way up to people who were importing narcotics into the state. They operated and issued a no-knock warrant at 2 a.m. in the morning. They did not follow one of their standard operating procedures. The search warrant checklist was not followed. The operation plan was not signed. Subsequently, a woman was murdered and killed. That woman's name was Breonna Taylor. District Attorney Daniel Cameron deemed the shooting justified after a grand jury hearing and FBI investigation, saying that the shooting was justified because Breonna Taylor's then boyfriend fired back on the entry of the people because he did not know who they were, as it was 2 a.m. in the morning and they did not identify themselves as law enforcement. If you recall, he was actually arrested and charged. The only reason he is free right now is because of Black Lives Matter protests and the momentum that black men at the time had value, and Kentucky AG had to release him because police had admitted that they had not identified themselves. Thusly, they could not charge him. I believe they would have charged him with the death of Breonna Taylor and the police officer that was shot. But he was let go. Subsequently, only one of the team of this Flex Crash unit was charged. We're looking at this man. He is the one testifying today. He is not charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. Please get in my description. The story is in my description. He is charged for shooting in the adjacent apartment. And for that, he is charged with endangerment. Now, remember, Kim Porter was never charged with any endangerment. And what the CBS interview of the grand jury said is that AG Daniel Cameron did not present the other charges that were available to the grand jury to charge the rest of the police officers, and at the very least the three shooters. He only presented charges for Hankison and thusly made up his own mind on how all of this would go, which is why we went down the road of immortality and this person being the second coming of Mitch McConnell. Get ready for Daniel Cameron.
He's gonna be dangerous.
Okay, Brett, so you indicated that you trained weekly with Franklin, correct?
Correct.
Did you have any other roles within your career with the Louisville Metro Police Department?
Yes.
Such as?
The Metro Narcotics Unit, as I referred to, when we merged with the Mobile 9th Division at the time, which was previously Viper, and we became the Criminal Interdiction Division, or as you heard referred to as CID.
And CID exists today, correct?
Correct.
How is that made up?
Numerous platoons throughout CID, and I think it's changed even. It evolves and has different platoons names, but at the time that I was there, it was broken up into different platoons. One of those platoons was a prescription fraud unit. You had two units, which were the violent crime street unit, two platoons that were the complaint response unit, but also known as crew, and the major case unit, and the PBI unit.
The PBI unit was place-based investigations?
Correct.
And when you say different platoons, did they each have a certain number of officers assigned?
They did. Each platoon was broken up, and I don't think there's a specific number, but around 8 detectives, and then each platoon has a sergeant assigned to that unit or that platoon.
And Do the platoons, do the officers intermingle or switch off platoons, or are they pretty much you're assigned to this platoon? That's where you work.
Each platoon has a different working shift, but some of those platoons overlap their shifts. So let's just say a violent crime unit 1 and complaint response unit 2 would work similar schedules. So those 2 platoons would work together. Say they had a search warrant and they needed extra bodies or whatnot, resources. They would work together on that particular day.
How many officers, if you know or can approximate, were assigned to CID?
I would say somewhere between, without command staff, I say somewhere between around 60 to 70 detectives.
And you were a detective at that time, correct?
Correct.
What platoon were you assigned to?
Upon the night of the shooting, I was assigned to the complaint response unit number 2.
Okay. And did you work with that platoon solely, or were you moving around?
Being a canine handler, we are technically assigned to platoons, and that's the platoon we're with, normally speaking. But we are called off throughout the day to other requests for canine searches. So our sergeants are very lenient as far as they don't really, how do I say it? They know that we're not going to be there with our platoon because we're a canine handler. So they know we're going to be all over the city essentially. And it's not a thing where you have to constantly call and ask your sergeant, can I go here? Can I go here? But they know you're doing canine searches, which is outside the scope of what that unit does specifically. But if they were to need, obviously, you for a search, they would call you and that would be your priority.
Did you participate in any kind of administrative function within LMPD?
I did.
What was that?
I was assigned for approximately 6 years. There was a break, but approximately 5 to 6 years, I was a member of the Louisville Metro Police Merit Board.
What is the Louisville Police Merit Board?
The Louisville Metro Police Merit Board was created as a governing body for officers within LMPD who are disciplined as a way to appeal their disciplinary action if they didn't feel, say, the chief gave a fair discipline for whatever they had done, department allegations, they would come to the merit board and plead their case to the merit board.
And the merit board consisted of different types of people?
Yes, sir. It consists of 5 civilians and two sworn officers within LMPD.
And you were one of the sworn officers?
I was.
And you did that for how long?
Between 5 and 6 years.
Now, have you ever, during the course of your career, served search warrants?
I have.
Approximately how many, if you know?
I would say somewhere between 800 and 1,000.
And is that because you have a dog?
It is. It's very uncommon that high of a number for a regular narcotics detective. But like I just mentioned, with our being a canine handler, I might go to 3 search warrants a night, and I would go from one to the other. I would make entry with that platoon on the search warrant, and then after the scene was secured, and if I can go into that real briefly, we don't, with a canine narcotics detection dog, he's not trained to bite or track. He's a passive, or my dog was a passive indicator for the odor of narcotics. So say there was marijuana underneath that door, my dog would go over to the door, put his nose on the odor as close as he could get to it without moving something, and he would lay down and stare at that odor until he was given his reward. I lost my train of thought there.
Well, you were discussing what you lost my train of thought too, by the way. Talking about serving search warrants.
So yes, sorry. So I would go to that scene. We would secure the location with whatever platoon I went to help or assist with. And then I would, once the scene was secured, everybody was out or secured in wherever location we're at, then I brought Franklin out. He did not make entry with us as far as that goes.
And these locations were all over the area, correct?
Anywhere in Jefferson County.
And how many did you do on a regular basis?
It could be, you mean on a daily basis?
Daily basis?
It could be anywhere between 1 and 3.
Okay. Have you ever discharged your weapon, your service weapon, in the line of duty?
I have not.
Have you ever been shot at in the line of duty?
I have not.
On
Prior to March 13th.
On March the 13th, March 12th, 13th, what kind of service weapon were you equipped with?
A Glock Model 22, 40 caliber.
And is that the weapon that we've seen displayed here in court?
I believe so.
Was that, do you have any reason to doubt it?
No.
Okay. Was that weapon issued to you by the LMPD?
It was.
And was it had ammunition, correct?
Correct.
Where'd the ammunition come from?
That was issued by the range,
By the,
Metro Police, the
Okay.
range, firearms training range.
was your weapon equipped with a light,
It was.
flashlight on March 12th, 13th?
It was.
And we saw demonstrated, I believe yesterday, how that light fits on the barrel of the weapon
It fits on the rail, yes, sir.
on the rail. And did you have the light on March 12th, March 13th that was equipped with one, correct?
I did. That was not that was I purchased that myself. That wasn't an issued item at that time.
Was it approved by the department?
It was.
Did you turn it on or activate it on December 12th, 13th?
I did not.
Why not?
The reason being is that we were approaching. It was dark outside, and we don't illuminate any flashlights or want any illumination on us while we're approaching a specific location.
And why? What is the reason for that?
Just to give away our location. We don't want to give away our location, and that it would do that if somebody say looked out their window or whatnot.
Did you also have a handheld light that night?
I did. I was issued a small, I believe it's a Stinger flashlight, which is approximately 12 inches.
Where do you carry that?
I usually carry it in my tactical vest.
Which you had on the 12th, 13th?
I did.
Brett, are you familiar with the LMPD use of deadly force policy?
I am.
May I approach your witness, Judge?
You may.
Brett, I'm going to hand you a 2-page document that's marked Defendant's Exhibit Number 4 and ask you if you recognize it.
I do.
And what is it?
It's the SOP as it relates to use of force within LMPD.
And how are you familiar with that?
We are given policies through email. That's not accurate. We're given whenever there's an update on policy or a new policy comes out, we're having an email alert. You just click on the link and it takes you to the new policy or whatever changes are highlighted in yellow with each policy. You have to read through that policy, and then it's an electronic form, it's an electronic form, but after you scroll to the bottom, you check that you've read it and understand the policy, and then it's checked off in the main system.
And Judge, may I ask that be admitted as an Exhibit 4 for the defendant?
Objection. We approach.
You may approach.
So they were doing search warrants, 1 to 3 search warrants a day. He had never shot his gun before this event. Same thing with Kimberly Porter, 22 years on the force, and all magically, all of a sudden, this is the first time when you shoot your weapon when nobody follows standard operating procedures, but nobody is held accountable. We cannot correct the police. That's the one thing that you got to understand here. In both the Kim Porter case, we saw the video. We saw the video where she did not secure the elbow. Everybody who played wrestling as a little kid, when you doing a handoff in a tag team wrestling match and you jumping off the bunk beds and you about to get your little brother, secure the elbow. How you not gonna secure the elbow? Everybody know that from 8 years old. Tag team, I'm handing them off to you. Secure the elbow. Kim Porter did not follow procedure. And in this case again, they did not follow procedure. I mean, at every turn. Look at this. Look at this. They are in an intense debate about what can be said and what cannot be said, because this is a farce. This is a kangaroo court. Look at that white hair on that white man. This is all to make Kentucky continue to look. Hey, y'all got to understand where this is. Past the $40. What happens What is this big rich thing that happens in Kentucky? Huh? It's something that happened in Kentucky.
Oh, they run them
Which white
horses.
people go to.
They run them horses.
They run them
You
horses.
been
What's
to the
that
Derby?
famous thing that happened? It's the what's the fucking name of that shit that them rich white people go to in Kentucky? I forget the name of it. But you gotta it's like that famous horse thing that they do in Kentucky.
Yeah, the Kentucky Derby. The Kentucky Derby.
The Kentucky Derby. Now, Mitt Romney had horses in the Olympics.
Those
MC
are
Hammer
$1 million
went broke.
horses.
Come on, man.
I've been to the so the University of Kentucky Wildcats, not Louisville, Wildcats is where they have a large veterinarian school, and if you go to those, they have barn hands that people that make about 80,000 a year just to run a barn, pretty much.
Come
and
on. $2 million for them horses, man. To sire. How much was that horse getting that they always show on ABC News, and that white man, they show that big dick horse walk around, or he won all these Kentucky Derbies, so he get $7 million to fuck. Y'all know y'all seen that because they show it every year. They trot out this same horse. Y'all see, Pastor, you seen the horse I'm talking about?
I haven't actually seen it lately.
I've been seeing this shit since I was a kid. Every year the Kentucky Derby, they show this one horse that gets paid millions of dollars to sire all other horses.
Brett, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury
back now.
your understanding
My whole point, hold
of
on,
the
let me pause it real quick.
LMPD use of deadly force policy?
Sure. My whole point was to emphasize that Kentucky will remain Kentucky. Y'all got to understand that about Kentucky, that there's old money, old traditions that still exist in this country, and Kentucky will remain Kentucky. Now, can keep that in mind, and knowing that they hadn't hired a Republican AG since 1944, and they've never had a black AG. Keep that all in mind. Here we go. We're going back.
Deadly force is permitted within the scope that an officer faces a deadly force threat, and that could be through serious physical injury or possible death, whatever threat that might be. So it's not limited to, say, a firearms or a club or whatever, but if an officer identifies a potential threat that would end in serious physical injury to death to that officer or to a civilian, we are allowed to use deadly force.
And discharging your firearm would be considered deadly force. Is that correct?
And I believe this is the crux of a lot of these cases. And this is what Kentucky and this is what the AG is trying to protect. In a lot of these cases, when police officers are not charged, and when we talk about the crime reform bill that wasn't passed, this is the thing that makes us not this so progressive nation, that the police officers here have a license to kill, and these individuals protect that license. And up until now, it's been used uniquely against certain peoples of color. And these laws were designed initially as slave patrol, and these things were designed for this purpose. And they took that long time to reconvene before they had him finish answering the question. He's not even charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. He's only charged with shooting into the apartment. Why would it be so important that both sides make sure what he says on the record is what they want to be said? This is not a case about the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. He's only charged, and like I said in the beginning, how much time is he facing? No one was hurt with his bullet. He's already been fired. He's probably facing 6 months? It's a scapegoat. It's political theater. And they took that time for him to answer about when deadly force is used and justifiable. Remember, this is the defense. The prosecution, the state has already concluded their case. So the defense is going to conclude that if the rest of the officers were not charged, Y'all following me? The defense will conclude that if the rest of the officers were not charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor because deadly force was permissible, then how can you find my client guilty? And I don't see a jury in Kentucky, all 12 jurors, coming back beyond a reasonable doubt. How can you find him guilty? They're gonna they gotta have one Kentucky Fried Chicken, white-haired, Ku Klux Klan motherfucker on that jury. That's gonna say, how can I convict him knowing that the other officers were not even charged in the death of Breonna Taylor? How can I say his use of force was not justified? He may have not hit the target he was aiming for, but he shot back for the same reason that the other two officers shot back. How can I hold him guilty or accountable that his shot missed? That's what we've been saying, basically, right? We would be saying that he is guilty for missing Breonna Taylor, right? Because the men who actually hit Breonna Taylor are not guilty. I can see this argument coming up in the jury room. Don't forget, you guys, that this is a jury case. The jury will decide. That means this goes to 12 jurors of his peers. What's up, Gerald? Good afternoon, my good brother. This goes to 12 jurors of his peers. And all of them have to agree beyond a shadow of a doubt that he is guilty and those men who killed Breonna Taylor were not guilty. I don't know how this case ends up, because what will end up happening if he is found innocent, then the no-knock warrant and the protocol that they administered that night will be seen as a good policy for policing. And if someone dies, then they die like Drago. If he dies, he dies.
And somebody actively shooting at you would be considered a threat worthy of using deadly force on. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about this March 12th and March 13th. You remember those 2 days?
I do.
Okay. What were you doing on those days?
On March 12th and 13th, I believe those were my normally assigned days off.
You recall that was a Thursday and a Friday?
I do.
And what did you do on Thursday, March 12th on your regular day off?
I believe I had court early in the morning. I don't recall if it was circuit or district court, but I had a court appearance that was required on that early that morning.
What did you do after you finished your court appearance?
The U.S. Marshals Task Force had requested detectives to assist them in what they call a roundup, and we're not really involved in the identification, but it's wanted fugitives throughout Louisville Metro. They identify those people, and we assist them on attempting to locate those people.
Did you do that?
I did.
Do you remember what time you finished with that?
I don't recall, but it was somewhere in the evening hours.
What did you do after that?
I then went to the CID office, which is at 701 West Ormsby.
How did you know to go to the CID office?
I had been advised of multiple search warrants through the PBI unit, the place-based investigations unit, a week or so previously. Sergeant Meany with the PBI unit had sent out an email requesting additional support for the warrant service of I think there were 4, but possibly 5 warrant services, which were going to go simultaneously.
And when you say warrant services, you mean separate search warrants for different addresses?
Correct.
And was one of those Springfield?
It was.
Okay. How did you said you were asked by email?
Yes, there was a request put out for support from the other platoons to assist the PBI unit, and I responded that myself and my partner Franklin were available.
And were they specifically looking for somebody who had a canine?
Yeah, each location they wanted a canine to be able to be on scene at each of the 4 locations, and I like I said, I believe there were 5, but there was never a 5th. The 5th location on Muhammad Ali was not served that night, but they had a dog assigned to each of those locations.
And the Ormsby address where the CID office is located is your home base, kind of, is that correct?
That's where our office is, correct.
So you responded there about what time?
I would say between 9 and 10 p.m.
And do you know how many people were there at that point?
No, but it was pretty packed, especially for that time of night in the office.
And why?
Because of the multiple warrant services and the request for the manpower.
Is there a specific number of officers who are supposed to serve a warrant at a location?
I don't believe there's a policy that stipulates a minimum or maximum amount of people, but the more people you have, the better.
And when you went to the CID, what was the point of going there?
The CID was the location where we were directed to go by the PBI unit or the PBI sergeant, I don't recall which, to do the briefing.
And was SWAT there at that briefing?
No, SWAT has their own headquarters, I guess, and that's not near where our location is.
So everybody at the briefing that you attended was with CID, correct?
Correct.
And what was the nature of that briefing? What did they talk about?
They had a whiteboard as you walk in the main or the large conference room. They have a large whiteboard that you can write on with a marker.
We saw a photograph of that. Is that what the evidence the Commonwealth had?
It is. I think a picture of the whiteboard was shown multiple times.
Okay.
And we all, at whatever time they rounded us up and told us, because a lot of us were at our desks or cubicles doing work, and we were called into the office to start the briefing.
And when you say called into the office, is this a big room and everybody was in it?
It's our office is pretty large, but it's cubicles kind of as far as you can see. And then there's a large conference room and a small conference room, and the PBI unit already set up the whiteboard in the large conference room.
When you walked in, did you see the whiteboard?
I did.
Did you locate your name on it?
I did.
Did you know in advance that you were going to be assigned to the warrant service on Springfield Drive?
No, sir.
Did it make any difference to you where you went?
Did not.
Did you know the names of the officers that were on that whiteboard assigned to Springfield?
Some of them, yes, I was familiar with. I'd worked with in the past. And then, like I said, we had recently merged with the Mobile Ninth Division, and they had a lot of younger detectives, and I wasn't familiar with everybody in that unit. So a couple of names, one in particular, I didn't recognize right off the bat.
On the list to go to Springfield.
Correct.
So the list to go to Springfield was not a platoon that worked together on a daily basis.
It was not. The people that were on the board to go to Springfield were literally, every detective there, I believe, was from a different platoon. So it wasn't someone we worked with on a daily basis as a team.
Does that make a difference in the service of a warrant?
I would say, yeah.
Why?
Because you're not used to working with certain people, do certain things differently. Some people have different roles they like to do. Some people like to do the RAM. Some people like to do the pick. And some people like to make first entry.
What's a pick?
A pick is just a large steel bar that has, it looks like an extra large crowbar, and it's used to pry doors open with.
And did you have a specific assignment at 3003 Springfield?
As a entry or as a why I was there for?
Why were you there?
I was there for the canine search.
Okay. So you were supposed to go in after entry was made, correct?
Well, yes, but if we're there upon the search warrant, they obviously want additional help in making entry. Because like I said, the more detectives, the better that are there. And I was put, and I don't know who did the whiteboard, but I was put in a stack with the other detectives.
Was the order of the names on the whiteboard, did that signify anything?
Yes and no. And the reason I say that was a couple of the officers' names that were on the board, detectives rather, never made it to the scene for whatever reason, I don't know.
So, but it ended up that there were 7 officers who went to Springfield, right?
Yes, sir.
What was discussed at the briefing at CID?
They explained, they had all the addresses of the search warrants that night. They explained to us that the Elliott Avenue addresses were going to be served by a SWAT team, and that Springfield was going to be served by us.
And did they tell you go into detail about each of those addresses?
Well, let me go back because I kind of skipped an important part. While SWAT team was going to serve, say, 2624 Elliott, it's not that once the SWAT team makes entry and clears and everything's clear with inside, everybody's in custody or detained, then the CID unit will come in. The SWAT team basically goes in, does the tactical stuff, secures it. Then we come in after the fact, and then we interview, do a search, execute the warrant, basically.
But SWAT was not part of Springfield, is that correct?
Correct. SWAT was assigned to the other addresses on Elliott.
Do you know why SWAT was not part of Springfield?
I have no idea.
You didn't have anything to do with the investigation that led to the issuance of the search warrant for Springfield?
No, sir, I had no idea.
When you were at the briefing at CID, did they go into any detail about what did they tell you about Springfield that you might encounter?
I believe they had, they had pictures of targets on Elliott, and then I believe they either had a name or a picture, I don't recall which, of Miss Taylor at Springfield.
And what did they tell you?
Essentially, that Miss Taylor had no record to speak of, and she was home at that location at that time, and that they had tied her to, had tied a known drug trafficker coming and going to that location.
Did they give you any description of the physical layout of the building?
No, they did not.
No diagrams?
No diagrams, no, sir.
Any photographs?
No, sir.
Who conducted that briefing?
I believe it was done by Detective Barton with PBI.
And how long did that last?
I want to say somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes.
Was the rest of or was there also information provided about the addresses on Elliott and the other search warrant locations?
They provided, I believe, the names of some targets, but I didn't recognize anybody's name on the board. I never interacted with anyone whose name was up there. I wasn't familiar with them.
What happened when the briefing was completed?
After the briefing was completed, it was someone, I'm assuming Sergeant Mattingly or Lieutenant Hoover told us to go to a rally location, is what we call it. It's basically a location near the search warrant where we will wait until we're advised to move into position on the location.
Okay, you indicated you didn't have anything to do with the investigation that led to the issuance of the search warrant, correct?
No, sir.
Did you have anything to do with preparing that search warrant?
No, sir.
What did you do? You just showed up?
Yeah, I was requested to be there, and I let them know that through email, confirmed that I could be there and that I was off.
Now, at the rally point, where was that?
St. Andrew's Church and St. Anthony Church Drive. Where those two roads intersect, there is, I believe, a church there, and we all met up in the parking lot there.
When you all met up there, how did everybody get there?
Either drove or rode with each other. I don't recall how everybody got there, but that's how I got there.
More than one vehicle?
Yes.
And you have your own vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And where was Franklin?
He was in the back in a kennel.
And when you got to the church on St. Anthony, what happened there?
I was one of the last ones that arrived there, so people were kind of parked just throughout the parking lot, and there was a EMS wagon there also.
Is that standard procedure?
Yes. Anytime we serve a search warrant, usually it's a responsibility of the lead detective to call Metro Safe via radio or telephone and ask for an EMS wagon with advanced life
Salute, bro.
on board to stand by at that location with us, which is going to be close to the service of the warrant in case something should go wrong.
Okay. At the parking lot, was there any more planning with reference to what was going to happen when you got to 3003 Springfield?
To the best of my knowledge, no. Basically, that's where we put our tactical vest on, and those that had specific jobs, like Detective Nobles with the Ram, would get the equipment out and make sure it's ready, and all equipment was checked essentially.
And then everybody proceeded to Springfield.
Correct.
How did you get there?
I drove my my police vehicle.
When we went out the other day, there's a street right off of St. Anthony's that goes directly back to the apartment. We've heard testimony about a gate. Did you know of the existence of the gate?
I did not.
Did you go in that way?
We did not that night.
Why not?
I'm assuming because the gate was there. I didn't know anything about the gate. I had never been at that complex before. I never made a run there or worked in the 3rd Division. So I was not familiar with that area whatsoever.
And if I understood the testimony we've heard throughout this trial, there was an officer already on the scene at Springfield, correct?
That's correct.
And that was Detective Mike Campbell.
It was.
What was his role?
Now, like I said previously, we were advised at the CID office at the briefing that Detective Campbell with PBI was already on scene, and he was going to be our VO, is what we call it, but that's a verification officer. To my best of my knowledge, he was the only person from the PBI unit that had explicit knowledge of that location and everything to do with the investigation leading up to it. I believe either Detective Barton or Sergeant Meany relayed that to us within the briefing that he was already on scene and he had an eye on the location, meaning he could visibly see an obstructed view of the front door to the target location.
And was he supposed to do anything with reference to that?
Your only job as a verification officer is to do constant surveillance on the location. And the reason we do that is a couple reasons, but one, I'll take it for instance, if there's children show up at the apartment, or I'm sorry, at the location, in this case, it's an apartment. If additional people show up and go into the target location, that's all information that we need to be relayed to us. So we are aware of that upon making entry, or sometimes with children involved, we will just decide not to do the warrant whatsoever.
To your knowledge, was any information provided by Detective Campbell about any changes at the location or what was going on at the location?
No changes. From what we were told from the briefing, that Detective Campbell was on scene with a constant eye on the location, and that Miss Taylor was there by herself, and there was no children and there was no pets. To our knowledge, it's also important if there's a dog or a large dog on the location prior to our arrival.
You got that at the briefing at CID, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When everybody arrived on Springfield, how did they get to the actual parking lot in front of the apartment?
So we actually passed, like I said, I wasn't familiar with the area, but we passed the actual street that goes to Springfield. And I later found out the reason we did, because there was a gate there, but we went past. So I guess that would be considered south up the hill to a different entrance, and then moved through the parking lot in a caravan of police vehicles. Those are all unmarked. We snaked down through the parking lot until we got to near 3003.
And what did you do when you got near 3003?
There was a parking spot just east of the target location, and there was a parking spot near a dumpster, and I parked my Suburban there.
And what did you do?
Got out of the vehicle.
Did you get Franklin out with you?
I did not. He doesn't, like I said, he doesn't come out until after the scene is secured.
Did Franklin ever come out of your vehicle that night? After you got out of your vehicle, what did you do?
I walked up, and I believe I was maybe the last vehicle in the caravan or the second to last vehicle in the caravan. So by the time I parked, some people just parked in the parking lot and not in the parking place, but kind of double parked in the middle of the lot. And because I'd found an open spot, I was kind of farther away from everybody. So I kind of did a brisk jog, walk, catch up to everybody else that was already positioned on the sidewalk. And I believe that would be just east of 3003 building.
Everybody was on the sidewalk?
Correct.
And was there any discussion about what was going to happen?
No, Detective Campbell, I believe, had exited his vehicle. And like I said, he was the verification officer, and he's the one that either gave the specific location, the door to that's his job to Detective Mattingly or Sergeant Mattingly or some detective that was in the front of the line. So at that time I was positioned a little farther back in the line.
And now we've seen photographs of a white Toyota Sequoia parked, I guess you'd call it double parked in the parking lot right opposite the entrance to the vestibule area.
Correct.
Did you know about that from Detective Campbell?
I had no knowledge of that vehicle or why it was there.
Did that make any difference in how you were going to go about service of the search warrant?
At that point, no.
Okay. So the plan was to just go ahead and make entry to apartment 4, correct?
Correct.
Did you know of the existence of an apartment behind apartment 4 or attached to apartment 4, such as apartment 3?
No, sir.
When you first laid eyes on the building, what did you think about that building?
Like I said, I had no information, no Google image or any satellite imagery of the location. Upon walking, like I said, it was, now it was probably sometime after midnight. And as we proceeded up, obviously it was dark, the parking lot lights were on. I noticed as I approached the building to my right, I could see 2 balconies and then I could see 2 patios directly below that. So at that time, I assumed it was a 4-plex.
Meaning 4 apartments in the building?
2 up and 2 down. Yes, sir.
Did you see 4 doors in the vestibule?
I did not.
Did you pay any attention to that?
No, and a couple reasons. Not that I wasn't paying attention, but there's no way I could see that. Before my approach from the east, we walked up in a stack, which I think has been described numerous times. In prior testimony, I was near the rear of the stack, so I hadn't made it into the vestibule area with the other detectives. I was maybe one of the last ones to do that.
Okay, well, I'm not real clear about the formation of the stack. Is that just a single file line, every one person right after the other?
Correct. We usually, upon approach to a target location, we usually what we call stack up, and we get in a line, a single file line as it is, and that's the point where we're usually very near the target location, and that's when we unholster our firearms.
Okay. Pardon me. And as you did that, you made your way up the sidewalk into the vestibule area, correct?
Correct. We walked past the target apartment, which would be the 2 bedroom windows, and then the sliding glass door.
And did you take note of those?
I just noted that there was no activity to speak of. Obviously somebody will usually call out if there's an open window or they see somebody inside or somebody's looking out the window, they'll alert you to that. But there was no reason for me to take specific notice of it at that time.
When you entered the vestibule area, what, if anything, happened?
As I entered the vestibule area, most all the detectives in the stack were in front of me. And I believe Detective Campbell was behind me at that time.
And so he would have been the last one in, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Did you encounter anybody?
I did. Sergeant Mattingly, I believe, began knocking on the door of apartment 4.
And when you say knocking, can you describe how he was knocking?
Sure, just with a closed fist or this palm striking the door repeatedly while announcing our presence.
When you say while announcing our presence, what specifically was being said?
Police search warrant, and that was said over and over. And I don't know if it was Metro Police search warrant or police search warrant over and over again.
How would you describe the noise level?
It was a loud banging. And I think that sound was kind of intensified because in that vestibule area, it's all concrete. And then you have a steel structure for the steps, I believe.
So did that get a response from anywhere?
The apartment directly above the target apartment, on apartment 4, that's when I observed who I know now to be Mr. Sarpe exit that door.
And where did he go?
He came out, took a couple steps out, and addressed us.
Okay. He was not on the deck out above the patio to apartment 4, correct?
No, he was. So I was positioned just beside the steps, maybe halfway. As the steps go up to my right, I was about halfway in, I guess, the middle of the steps, and not the middle of the steps, beside the steps, but halfway up, I could see up to my right, I could see Mr. Sarpe.
And what, if anything, occurred with Mr. Sarpe?
He seemed very upset that we were there, and he was, I guess, because of our banging had disturbed him. And I don't remember the exact conversation, but he made it clear he didn't want us there. He said something to the effect of to go away or something of that nature. I don't recall exactly what.
Did you engage with him?
I did, and I know it's kind of uncommon. You know, somebody might be surprised you walk out of your door and you see a bunch of police officers in tax vests and gun belts. But I identified myself as a police officer, and I said, "Get back inside."
Did he comply with that?
Initially, no. He said a few more things, but it was very hard for me to understand him. I thought at the time it was because maybe he was intoxicated, or that's why he wasn't going back in. Because usually, when you tell somebody to come back in, or they come out by accident and see you getting ready to serve a search warrant in an adjacent apartment or wherever, they'll immediately go back inside.
But while you're, how long did your little discussion with him go?
I would say less than 10 seconds.
What was everybody else doing at that point?
Well, like I said, John had already began knocking on the door and announcing, and other people had said, and myself being one of them, had announced Metro Police search warrant.
And you announced that while you were talking with Mr. Sarpe?
No, sir. I'd announced that prior, and then Mr. Sarpe came out, and I believe things were kind of paused for a minute. Mr. Sarpe was argumentative, but like I said, it was brief. And Sergeant Mattingly yelled back at me and said, "Just forget about it, or don't worry about it." You know, and I don't remember the exact wording he used, but
Brett, you just said things were paused for a minute. Was that a figure of speech, or was it for a minute?
it was how long it took for me to address to get him to go back inside.
And so he goes back inside, and then what happens?
We continued knocking and announcing.
And did you hear any response from inside of apartment 4?
I did not.
And then what?
I believe Lieutenant Hoover or Sergeant Mattingly, a commander, and that's who would give that, usually give that order, announced to go ahead and breach the door.
And what does that mean, to go ahead and breach the door?
It's the notification to the person holding the ram that it's okay. They're given the go to go ahead and start working on the door, or whatever is obstructing our way to get in.
And Detective Nobles had the ram, correct?
He did.
And where were you at this point?
So after addressing Mr. Sarpe, I had moved up in the stack closer to the door, near Detective Nobles, to his, if this is the door and he's working on the door, I'm back to his right behind him.
Did you have an assigned position?
I did not. We had the order on the whiteboard, but like I said, some people that were on the board weren't even there. And I believe maybe a person or two had showed up that wasn't even on the board. So other than the roles as it was, the pick, the ram, and the shield, those were specific, known just because of the tools they were carrying up to the scene.
Somebody have a pick with them?
Not that I remember.
And Tony James had a ram, or had the shield, correct?
He did, and I did not know that was not mentioned. That's usually something you'll mention at the briefing, or at least at the rally point. Somebody will say something, but I was not made aware that there was any ballistic shield until we got to the location and we began walking up on the sidewalk.
And I think we heard testimony from Detective Cosgrove by way of his deposition that normally the shield man would be the lead, correct?
Correct. We have very little training. I believe bunkers, or shields as they're referred to, are usually utilized by our SRT team, which is our special response team, or our SWAT team. And I may have seen some training done with it, but I didn't participate in a RAM entry that I can recall. I'm sorry, not a RAM entry, a shield entry.
So the shield didn't really come into play, is that correct?
No, sir.
At the time entry was made.
Correct.
Once the door, well, Noble starts hitting the door, correct?
Correct.
Are people still announcing, knocking, or they're not knocking anymore? Are they announcing?
I believe maybe a person or two had said it again, louder than it started, and because of the banging with the ram.
And how many times did the ram hit the door, if you know?
I believe it was 3 times until the door was breached.
And what happened then?
At the third hit, Detective Nobles, and I'll explain this. The ram is a large cylindrical piece of steel, very heavy, and it has 2 handles on it that are they pivot or swivel rather. And so if you're the ram guy, you don't have access to your firearms or protection as it is. So while the ram guy is hitting the door, it's imperative that as soon as he breaches that door, there's somebody there for him to get out of the way, because he doesn't have an extra hand to get to his weapon should he face a threat. So it's imperative for that person or person behind him to fill his spot where that void is created, where he is in that area swinging that ram.
And we heard Detective Cosgrove say there was nobody behind him to fill that void. Is that correct?
I don't know where Detective Cosgrove was at, but I know from watching being right behind Detective Nobles, I know when you're swinging a ram, other detectives are very familiar that you don't stay close to the ram guy. So everybody kind of packs back or moves back, and it's a very small area, that breezeway vestibule area. So everybody was positioned away from the ram, because obviously no one wants to get hit with the ram as he's swinging it back and forth.
You weren't assigned to fill in behind him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what happened once that door comes open?
Once the door comes open, I move up to where Detective Nobles. So if this plexiglass was the door and Detective Nobles was hitting it with the ram with his, I guess, from the left side of his body, after the third strike that breached that door at the strike plate in the door handle area, once that door was breached, Detective Nobles then pivoted back out, so towards me, behind me, which was would be the parking lot area.
What did you do?
I immediately filled that void that was created by Detective Nobles moving with the ram out of the way.
What did you see? What happened?
As I moved up, and I was to the right side of the door, closest to the hallway, like I previously mentioned, I had my gun out already, down at the ready position, and I immediately could see. Let me rephrase. I immediately could see darkness in the apartment, no lights on. And then almost instantaneously, I saw a large muzzle flash from directly in front of me where you would be, directly in front of me, a large muzzle flash. And I'll describe the muzzle flash more specifically, is that we do, as it was described by Detective or Officer Galehausen yesterday, the muzzle flash was not a muzzle flash that I would commonly identify as a handgun muzzle flash. This was a large fire muzzle flash that I could see directly in front of me, and then the percussion from that muzzle flash, I could feel being, that the percussion had nowhere to go. It was straight on at us, and I could feel the percussion. So I could see the muzzle flash, feel the percussion, and with the muzzle flash, it then gave illumination to that hallway. So at that time, I could see can I stand up, Judge?
You may.
So I could see in the hallway, if you or me, I could see in the hallway a subject, and I could not tell if it was a male or a female, in a shooting stance at the ready here, and it lit up that figure. So if I'm you or I'm where you're at, I see the muzzle flash, I get illumination from that muzzle flash, and then I can see a shadowy silhouette of a figure, and I couldn't identify whether it was a male or a female.
Could you tell whether there was more than one figure there?
I could not.
And you've previously in your statement we saw played the other day said you thought that individual was armed with a rifle, an AR-15.
Given the factors I just described to you, the large muzzle flash, the loud percussion or the boom of the gun, and the way the shooter was in a stance. It was what I would call a tactical or like an army stance or a tactical shooting stance. They were at the ready, already gun up on the door.
How could you see that if Sergeant Mattingly and Myles Cosgrove are in that doorway also?
And I don't know where Detective Cosgrove was, but Sergeant Mattingly was up front, and he was the one that was closest to, I guess, the door jamb when that door first came open. So he would have been in front of me to my left. Detective Myles would have been, I don't know where Detective Myles was. I don't recall. I don't have any, even in the stack, I don't remember where he was at, but he had to have been somewhere to my left.
When you saw that muzzle flash, what's the next thing that happened?
Immediately, Sergeant Mattingly goes down.
Was anything said at that point?
I believe he said that he said I'm hit or I'm down, one or the other.
And is Sergeant Mattingly a friend of yours?
Yeah, he is.
So when that happened, what did you do?
Well, where we're at, and that this is trained in the academy, we were in that fatal funnel. It's been, I guess, touched on, but I'll describe more in detail. The fatal funnel is an area you don't want to be in on a search warrant. Okay, you want to get out of that area as quickly as possible. You're trained from day one. Do not stay in the fatal funnel. You have to go through the fatal funnel at some point to make entry into wherever you're getting entry into. So I knew facing that muzzle flash and there's an active shooter directly in front of me, we're not going to continue making entry into that apartment and taking rounds. I spun out to my left, kind of in a similar fashion that Detective Nobles did with the ram previously, and ran back through the breezeway. I did not want to be in the fatal funnel. I know that people die in the fatal funnel as it is. Sergeant Mattingly is now to my left on the ground. So I want to get out of that fatal funnel as quickly as possible and get to a location where I can return rounds.
What do you know? Was Sergeant Mattingly out of commission or was he returning rounds?
I don't know.
How about Myles Cosgrove?
At that time, I did not know.
You don't know whether anybody was firing back, correct?
Correct.
Did you continue to hear rounds?
Yeah, the firing began as in the best of my memory, a volley back and forth, or two different guns. And as I made that corner back out towards the sliding glass door, I get illumination, a bright illumination from a muzzle flash. And the reason I say it's a muzzle flash is because it's a bright illumination, the bright flash, and with the loud percussion I get from what sounds to be rifle fire. And as I made that corner, that percussion, that muzzle flash intensified.
And was it your perception that muzzle flash was coming from your brother officers?
No, sir.
What did you think?
I knew Sergeant Mattingly was down, and I knew they were trying to get to him. And it appeared to me that they were being executed with this rifle.
So what did you do?
I returned fire through the sliding glass door. And that did not stop the threat.
What were you firing at?
The muzzle flashes that I could see in the apartment that were illuminated by that illuminated that sliding glass door.
And Did you continue firing? Do you know how many rounds you discharged?
At that time, no, sir.
And did you continue firing?
I fired and then I assessed after firing through that sliding glass door. I assessed and the firing continued.
And what did you do?
I moved from my left to my right from the breezeway towards the bedroom window that was now being illuminated by that muzzle flash. Okay. It's been testified to numerous times that there was a drape or blinds there, and that's accurate. But that was still lighting up that bedroom window. Both bedroom windows were still being lit up. So in my mind, I perceived that threat, which I clearly identified as a threat, an active threat. I thought that if I could get to that bedroom window, I could put rounds through that bedroom window and stop the shooter who, from the last place I had eyes on them, which was seconds before that.
Okay. How long did this go on, if you can estimate?
From the first shot,
Yes.
I would say
Did you fire the last shot?
after I shot return fire through that bedroom window, the threat stopped. All firing ceased at that time. And in my mind, the threat was stopped or eliminated.
And are you able to estimate how long it was from the time the first shot that struck Sergeant Mattingly till your last shot?
I would say somewhere between 5 and 10 seconds.
That quick?
Correct.
Okay, after you fired your last round, what did you see and what did you do?
I could hear. Now, I didn't want to take my eyes off the target. I wasn't sure if the threat had been stopped or not. I knew Sergeant Mattingly was down. I could hear to my left. So if you remember when you were out at the scene, I was somewhere on the sidewalk area between bedroom 2 and the sliding glass door. I kept my gun and my attention on where the threat could come from. Now, we have a few different places in play, that being the front door, the sliding glass door, or the 2 bedroom windows. So I kept my attention focused on that. I knew that everyone else was in the process. I could hear a large commotion. It sounded like wrestling going on, but to my left. So out on the sidewalk, I knew Sergeant Mattingly, they had now got him out of the breezeway.
And where was everybody else?
Tending to Sergeant Mattingly to my left.
So
My left behind, but like I said, I never turned and looked because I didn't want to take my eye off the apartment in case the shooter advanced, which the whole time was my fear that the person with the rifle, the shooter, was going to advance out on us. I felt, I don't know what the best word to describe it is. I felt helpless knowing that I had a handgun and I was facing rifle fire. And even though I had a tactical vest on, I knew that was no match for if the shooter came out with the rifle.
And then what? They're all tending to Sergeant Mattingly. You've got your gun pointed at the apartment.
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I got on the radio. I knew that we went from 7 detectives to me. I later saw Detective Cosgrove to my left or on the sidewalk at some point, but at that time it was just me and the threat, because I know they were trying to evacuate or get Sergeant Mattingly treatment, and I knew that he was shot. I just didn't know. I didn't know what his status was.
So you got on the radio and did what?
I called at 10:30.
Let's say 10:30.
Often assistance.
And where did that go? Do you know?
I switched over from our narcotics channel to our primary channel, which is monitored by the patrol cars or patrol units. And I actually switched to the wrong channel. So I came over the downtown, as testified to yesterday by Sergeant Renaud or Officer Renaud. My transmission came over his channel downtown, which is the 1st Division. And I yelled 1030, officer needs assistance, and an officer was down.
And then what?
I asked responding units. I didn't want the patrol guys. Obviously, they didn't know anything about what was going on. I knew they had no knowledge. There was no patrol guys in the briefing or with us. And I knew they had no knowledge of what was going on, or a search warrant was even being served. We're not.
Let me interrupt you. How would they know where to come?
Well, that's the thing, is they didn't know. They didn't know where I was. I called 1030 thinking that the dispatcher knew where I was at, but obviously they didn't, because I think they responded, "What is your location?" And I was not in a position where I could recall what address we were at. I had never been to Springfield before, and I was not familiar with the address.
So what'd you do?
Well, prior to leaving the office, I took a picture of the whiteboard with my cell phone. So for various reasons, but because there were multiple locations, and if for some reason a dog couldn't search a certain area, I had those addresses in my phone. I could blow up on my phone and see where I would need to go to later without any confusion, being called out for that.
Okay, so the question was, how did anybody know where to go?
So I looked at my phone. I looked at my phone, got the address, and I believe the address is written on the whiteboard as 3007 Springfield. So I put that address out, 3000 Springfield, number 4, on the radio channel.
Did you later learn it was not written as 3007?
That's what it looked like on my phone, and the way it was written in the marker on the board.
Okay. So you put that out, and then what?
I was getting at, I knew the patrol guys that were coming, they didn't know what was going on. So they just knew 1030, and that's really when shit hits the fan. And that's the worst thing you can hear on the radio. So I knew they were coming, but I didn't want them to pull up to the location and be faced with rifle fire immediately, especially pulling right up. And that, a lot of us these days cheat and use our GPS for everything. We don't really look at house numbers anymore. We just kind of follow where the GPS goes and stop where the GPS tells us to. I didn't want that to happen. I knew that they were in the parking lot. When I say they, as Sergeant Mattingly. And so I let them know on the radio, we need officers with long guns. I didn't want officers to come there necessarily without a long gun, because you obviously want to challenge a rifle with a rifle. You don't want to challenge a rifle with a handgun. So for officer safety purposes, I put that out on the radio that the shooter had a long gun, and to dispatch cars with rifles.
How long was this after Sergeant Mattingly was shot?
Well, this is all within that same minute time frame, less than a minute.
Less than a minute? So you call for long guns. Did you do anything else?
Yeah, I had positioned. So like I spoke of earlier, why we don't turn our flashlights on walking up to a location, I had taken I have a weapon mounted light, like I said, which is the one described earlier. And then I just have a Stinger, a small flashlight that we were just issued. I took my Stinger out of my vest, and I placed it on the trunk of a vehicle near me. The reason being, I wanted to illuminate the target location as best as I could. And I also wanted to move away from that location. You don't want to be standing outside pointing with your gun or flashlight illuminated, and the shooter then has basically a target that she can acquire upon just looking right out or glancing out or advancing, whatever the case is. So, excuse me. I put the flashlight on the trunk or hood of a vehicle, and then I moved to cover so I could keep eyes on that location.
And what happened next then?
Sergeant Fan, who is actually my sergeant in the complaint response unit at that time, I was assigned to his platoon. He is also a member of SWAT team, and he was on Elliott when he heard this broadcast go out.
Did you communicate with him?
I did. He raised me on the radio, or called for me on the radio.
While you're still keeping watch on apartment 4, correct?
Correct.
What did he want on the radio?
He wanted to let me know that they were en route from Elliott, which is in the West End, to my location. And he wanted to know if I could get him some pictures so they knew what they were facing when they got there.
What did you do in response to that?
I took a couple pictures from the parking lot of the building and texted them to Sergeant Fan.
Where are you, just out in the middle of the parking lot, or were you behind cover?
I'm still in the parking lot back, like I said, behind cover. At some point between calling the 1030 and being in contact with Sergeant Fan, I did a reload in the parking lot. I did not know how many rounds I had or how many rounds I had left in my magazine.
And is that why one magazine had 4 rounds left in it?
Yes.
Then that came out of your tactical vest at PIU, correct?
It came out of my magazine pouch, which is on my gun belt.
And your service revolver or service weapon at that time it had a fully loaded mag, correct? At the time that you were at PIU when it was taken from you?
I would have to look at the round count, but I believe it was either topped off or sometimes I will not put the last round in the magazine. Reason being is that I've had problems with it jamming on that first round. Once you get it in your gun, it seems like it feeds better with one round missing.
Okay. So you sent the pictures to Sergeant Fan. Meanwhile, are officers arriving?
The first officer that I didn't know who it was at the time, but now it's known to be Officer Combs. Now he came directly down the quickest way off of the main road. And I apologize, but it's either St. Andrews or St. Anthony, the one the apartment complex is off of. And I could see to my left that he was coming up lights and sirens and that he had stopped because there's some random gate across between apartment complexes.
Did you communicate with him?
I did.
What'd you do?
I told him to ram the gate.
And why did you do that?
Like I said, if we can still use this as the apartment direction, which I believe is north, Sergeant Mattingly and the rest of the platoon I was there with, I heard at some point somebody called for a tourniquet or somebody said I had a tourniquet. And I believe Tony James or Detective James is one of the few detectives that carries a tourniquet on almost every time. He has one on his tack vest. And I remember him hearing saying that he had a tourniquet and he was going to apply it.
So what's that got to do with ramming the gate?
Well, for some reason, EMS was still not there. They were just at the bottom of the hill, but I think there was a miscommunication in MetroSafe, who dispatches for the police department, fire departments, and EMS. There was some type of communication delay letting them know that we needed EMS, because as soon as you call 1030, I would assume, I don't know their protocol, but you would dispatch EMS when out there was an officer was down.
So Officer Combs rams the gate. Does that make the entire place accessible at that point?
To the best of my knowledge, I couldn't see everything that was going on back there, but I knew we had to get Jon out of where he was at behind me to my left to a safe location or out where EMS could get to him. And we couldn't do that because of this random gate that was blocking the parking lot across a couple of complexes, or separating two complexes.
So other officers began arriving?
They did.
And did you do anything with them?
After Officer Combs rammed the gate, we start getting a large, as you probably imagine, a large showing of officers anytime there's a 1030. That's one of those calls on the radio where it doesn't matter what you're doing or where you're at in the county, as described by First Division officer yesterday, and he was at First and Jefferson, I think he said, and that's quite a ways away. You respond to that scene until somebody tells you otherwise on the radio that officer doesn't need help anymore.
Okay. When those officers began arriving, what do they do?
So a lot of the officers, I was happy to see a lot of the officers were running up to the scene with long guns already out, like I requested on the radio. I then directed them to what apartment was in play, meaning this isn't the whole complex we're covering this apartment. I had my flashlight, like I said, illuminated on the apartment complex or the apartment floor, and I pointed out to them what was in play, specifically the front door, the breezeway, and both bedroom windows. I positioned them, fanned them out through the parking lot behind cover. A couple of them had tripods on their ARs, and they positioned in the cover position. That was the safest way to do it.
Did you send people around the back?
At that time, I don't believe I sent anyone around back, but that was my major concern at the time. That became a concern of mine at the time, not a major concern, but I was concerned that this shooter, I knew we didn't have the back addressed at any point in the briefing, and I knew that everybody that came out of the stack went to the apartment. And a lot of times we'll have an assigned person, or two people usually. There's usually no less than two people assigned to the back to cover the back of the target location. And I remembered we didn't have anybody covering the back. So in my mind, this person can or is going out this back window or a back door or back, I didn't know the layout, into the night. So at some point I said, we need people around back to make sure this person is not, escaping.
To your knowledge, is there still a person in apartment 4?
Yes, sir.
How did you know that?
Because I saw them, and then they never came, but they had not exited at this point.
Okay, you saw them when the door was breached?
Correct.
Okay, did you know that anybody was shot in the apartment?
I did not.
As far as you knew, there was one person in the apartment when you went there, correct?
Correct. And the reason is that I think I stated before, they told us in the briefing that Miss Taylor was there by herself. There was no kids, no dogs, no other people in the apartment, and that she, because of constant surveillance, and I think I spoke of it earlier, but while we leave that staging area at the church and make our way up, Detective Campbell confirms that there was no change. And just saying no change on the radio means there's nobody came, nobody has gone. So in my mind, the person that's in that apartment, there is only one person in the apartment, as confirmed by what I was told at the briefing and constant surveillance. Nobody else was in there.
So how did you learn that there was still an individual in the apartment?
I began to hail them from now that we had cover officers and we had long guns. I began to call them out.
Was Sergeant Mattingly still on the scene?
No. I believe EMS finally made it up there, and they were down farther now towards the main road, St. Andrews or St. Anthony, I'm not sure. EMS had now moved down to that location. I could no longer hear the people that were tending to Sergeant Mattingly with me.
Do you know how he got to the ambulance?
I have no idea.
Okay. So you started calling somebody out of the apartment.
Correct.
Why did you do that?
Well, now that I had sufficient officers there, I felt it was an appropriate time to call that person out.
You knew somebody was still in there.
I did.
Okay. And what happened how did you start calling the person out?
I believe I said person inside apartment 4, come out with their hands up.
And what happened?
Moments later, a subject later known to me as Kenneth Walker emerged from apartment 4.
And how did he emerge?
I believe he had his hands up or his hands down to his side like this, and I know he had a cell phone in one of his hands. I don't recall which hand.
What did you do?
I had him immediately turn around and do what we would do in like a felony traffic stop, which is call the person out of the car and usually have them have their hands up. We'll have them turn around. That way we can see as best as we can, depending on clothing, around their midsection and see if they have any firearms or weapons.
And when Mr. Walker came out, you had him turn around. Did he comply with that?
He did.
And was he walking backwards?
He was, but then he would stop to say he didn't understand, or I don't remember the exact exchange, but he wasn't following directions. And he would I would say, keep walking back, and he would say, move to the side or take a couple of side steps. I don't remember which, but it wasn't exactly what I was saying to do.
Did he eventually comply with you and come out?
He did.
Did you call him all the way out, or did somebody else intervene?
I called him out, I believe, almost to the sidewalk area. And then maybe he wasn't to the sidewalk area yet, but I remember Detective Nemo. Now that is also a canine officer, but that is a patrol canine. So he has a canine which is trained to do the other opposite of what I was explaining to you guys earlier. He's actually in the canine. He has a uniform on, and he has a large dog.
So he took over calling Mr. Walker.
He did. It seemed that Mr. Walker wasn't very responsive, and then when the dog got there and the dog was lunging and barking, it seemed to have gotten Mr. Walker's attention, and then he complied with Detective Nemo right away.
Were you still there?
I was.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Walker?
Well, not yet, but after we got Mr. Walker down to his knees and on the ground, then I applied handcuffs, and that's when the conversation ensued.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
Mr. Walker asked what this was all about, and I would refer specific conversation or specific wording to the body cam, because there was a patrol officer, and I think Officer Nemo with K9 had a body camera on also. So that conversation was recorded. But it was to the effect that he wanted to know what was going on. I said, "You shot the police." And he said, "I did not shoot the police." And I said, "Well, who did?" And he said, "My girlfriend." And he said, "She shot you with her 9. And I said, "Well, where is she at?" Because I had no idea there was another person inside at all. And he said, "She's dead inside."
And what did you do then?
That kind of shook me, because there's only supposed to be one person in that apartment, and now there was allegedly a girl dead inside, and that wasn't why we were there. We were there to get documents and or items that related to a boyfriend that was drug trafficking, and that happened to visit that location. And now I didn't know, it wasn't confirmed yet, so I wasn't sure what Mr. Walker said was true. But the SWAT team arrived seconds after that had happened, or seconds after we had got him in handcuffs, and that the patrol officer took the Mr. Walker to a car. I couldn't confirm that, and I wasn't in a position to go in and confirm or get medical treatment, because the SWAT team had arrived, or a couple of them had arrived. And at that point, that's when tactically they will take over a situation like that until everything is secure. So in my mind, I was under the impression that we came into a scene where there had been something happened previously, and he said she's dead. I thought immediately it's because he had killed his girlfriend, or there was a domestic. I didn't know what. A bunch of thoughts went through my head on why this female was dead inside, and that it was imperative, that we get in there to confirm that or get her medical attention.
Did you eventually go up to the door?
I did.
That was after SWAT was there?
Correct.
And what would you do there?
SWAT had cleared. I watched from the parking lot. SWAT had cleared the apartment, and I don't know a lot of the SWAT guys' names, but and they have helmets on and glasses and all kinds of stuff. So I couldn't identify who I talked to. I would have to refer to the body cam that was played previously. But one of the SWAT guys was exiting as I approached the door, and I was concerned, one, that there was somebody down inside, and I believe he confirmed, or I could visually see what I would learn to be Miss Taylor in the hallway of the apartment complex, not the apartment complex, of the hallway of the apartment. And that confirmed what Mr. Walker had said.
And did you also ask about a gun?
I did. I asked if they saw a long gun. Long guns or AR-15s, rifles are extremely hard to, I would say it would be visible as SWAT would clear it. And I asked them if they had seen this long gun or AR-15. I don't remember the way I worded it. And the reason so is that I still was unaware of where that gun or person was, because I thought, like I alluded to earlier, this person may have fled out a back door or a back window of the apartment. And I believe somewhere in there was some radio transmission that came over and said they had a subject exiting in red shorts. And I think they said a male in red shorts. I don't remember the race given, but it was a male in red shorts came over. It was either the TAC channel or the primary channel. And they observed him, which I did not know until we watched the body cam video of Officer Renaud, I think was the one that challenged Mr. Etherington at that back or that patio window of apartment 3.
When did you first learn that apartment 3 existed?
I believe it was in your office.
My office. When did you first hear of Cody Etherton or Chelsea Napper?
I don't remember the first place I heard those names.
Did you learn that your bullets went into their apartment?
I did.
And what did you think about that?
I was pretty shook because I found out later that Miss Napper testified they had a small child in there, and I felt horrible.
But you didn't know that of their existence. Did you ever see Cody Etherton?
I never met any of them at any point.
Did you ever see Cody Etherton come out of the apartment door and into the vestibule?
No, sir.
After you went up and looked in apartment 4, what did you do at that point?
Went back to the parking lot and kind of over near my vehicle, which was near the dumpster.
Okay, we've heard testimony that you should have been assigned or a peer support or escort officer. Did that happen?
I did not.
And do you know why?
I don't, because I was never aware of such a policy existed.
We heard testimony that as SWAT was approaching, one of the officers indicated that he saw you on the sidewalk pointing to your chest and pointing to the sliding glass window. Did you do that?
I believe I did.
And why would you have done that?
It appeared to me that, and I hadn't spoke with SWAT as far as what went on prior other than putting out the call for service on the radio and texting those pictures of Sergeant Fan with the SWAT team. But it appeared they were trying to assess maybe what had happened. That's not their role, but I think they were kind of just in the parking lot, and I was letting Officer Kitchen and I used to work together a long time ago back in the 6th Division in Newburgh, and I was familiar with him. I wasn't familiar with a lot of the other guys on the SWAT team, but I was familiar with him specifically, and I wanted to let him know that I was the one. Those were my rounds that went through the sliding glass door, because we were kind of standing out in the parking lot, but on the sidewalk in front of that.
And why would it be important for them to know that those were your rounds that went through the window?
I guess so. I was responsible for those rounds. It appeared to me they were trying to maybe piece it together or understand what had happened.
Were you concerned that they might think the rounds came from the other direction?
I think that would be a concern prior to them clearing the apartment. Yes.
They'd already cleared the apartment?
Correct.
Okay. So what'd you do after, how long did you remain in the parking lot? I assume by that time it was full of police cars and detectives and all kinds of people, correct?
Yeah. Investigators and PIU, I think I stayed there long enough for PIU. I think I saw a couple people from PIU and I couldn't quote. I don't know a lot of people in PIU's names. I know their faces, but I don't know their names. And usually they're the people in suits that show up. And I recognized a couple of PIU personnel arriving on scene.
And did anybody speak with you?
No.
Were you speaking to anybody?
No, I was down away from the scene, like I said, towards my vehicle near the dumpster.
And what did you do next?
I then proceeded to the hospital.
Are you aware that there's allegedly a protocol that you go straight to PIU if you're involved in a shooting?
I've never heard of that protocol.
And you've never been involved in a shooting before?
I have not.
Okay, why did you go to the hospital?
I needed to check on John.
Did you in fact check on John?
I did. I proceeded to U of L hospital and I went back immediately to the triage area, the ER triage area. And I believe I asked one of the nurses where Sergeant Mattingly was in a room all the way back corner farthest away from the entrance. So I couldn't see any people. I did recognize immediately Chief Conrad, who was in uniform.
Okay, did you speak with Jon Mattingly?
I did.
And how did you communicate with him?
I went in, I kind of pulled the curtain on his bed and went in and checked on him.
And what was his condition at that point?
He seemed to be, he was talking. Excuse me. He was not alert. I don't know if he was under, excuse me. I don't know if he was medicated at that time or if it was just he was out of it from shock of the whole situation.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Chief Conrad?
I did. After I hugged John, I told him I was glad he was okay. I exited the curtain area, John's bed area, temporary bed area, and then proceeded over to Chief Conrad.
Why did you proceed to Chief Conrad?
As an officer in the chief's there, you want to acknowledge the chief, obviously. Chief shook my hand and he said, "I'm glad you guys are okay. It looks like John's going to make it, and I'm glad you guys are okay."
You recall his testimony that you were visibly shaking?
I do.
And were you?
I don't recall shaking at that time, but I don't think that would be. I was very shaken, so I wouldn't say that was a impossible thing to happen. I don't recall physically shaking. No.
After you left the hospital, what did you do?
I proceeded directly to the PIU office.
What occurred at the PIU office?
Counsel, would you approach for a moment, please?
Okay, Brett, what did you do at the PIU office?
There was nobody, or there was a different personnel arriving at the PIU office. I believe the CSU or the crime scene unit responds, and I think they're the ones responsible for taking pictures and all that type of thing. And then different investigators from PIU showed up in the meantime.
And did you make any statements that night, or were you requested to make any statements?
I was not. I turned over my firearm and my magazines and the still stand-up pictures, which I think we've all seen there in the record. Those pictures were taken at the PIU office.
Okay. And then approximately 12 days or so later, you were requested to come in and make a statement. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you did that?
I did.
And is that the statement we watched on the screen the other day?
That's correct.
Did you tell the entire truth in that?
I did.
Is there anything, Brett, that you feel like you did wrong on March 13th at 3003 Springfield Drive?
Absolutely not.
Why did you do what you did?
To protect myself, and more importantly, and first primary function at that time when I returned fire was to protect the fellow detectives that were stuck in that breezeway.
And did you later learn that you obviously at some point learned that your bullets had gone into an apartment behind Breonna Taylor's apartment?
Correct.
What were your feelings about this entire incident?
Tragedy. It's something that didn't have to happen. And my opinion is that certain actions by
Sustained.
Okay.
hours of 0830 to 1600 hours. These officers provided the role of the PTO to the recruits of MAC 40. MAC is the abbreviation for Metro Academy Class 40. During the course of the day, the PTO and their recruit.
So you attended the briefing at the CID office that day, March 12th. You saw the whiteboard. And then you came to the meeting at the church parking lot later that evening.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want us to look at Exhibit 71, which has already been admitted. before the approach.
Amen.
Laser pointer.
Yes, ma'am.
Press the screen behind you or the screen to your right here and show us. You stated that you were driving your own vehicle
My police issued vehicle. Yes, ma'am.
with your canine, with your dog in the vehicle.
Correct.
So you drove by yourself. How did you come into the complex? Show the route, please, that you took in.
Sure. You can't see it because it's off the display here, but, and like I've said twice, I forget the name of this road. This is St. Andrew's Church or St. Anthony Church that comes up here. And then we passed the location and came up and around, and there's a top of the hill here. And then we kind of serpentine down through this parking lot in this fashion.
And where did you park your vehicle?
Somewhere, there's a dumpster here, and I parked somewhere right in this area. But I pulled straight in.
So you came down past those buildings that are right across from 3003.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, point out where that is on the photo.
Point out where what is, ma'am.
The route you came in before you parked.
Sure.
Okay. Now you had served a warrant in that area previously, hadn't you?
Not near that, I'm sorry, not in that complex, but I believe upon coming up St. Andrew's Church or St. Anthony Church, the one that's the main road out here. Like I said, I've never worked in the 3rd Division or the South End, but we're down there every once in a while. So I'm not familiar with the streets. However, this main road, I noticed a side street up here, and I forget, the name escapes me, prior to Springfield, that I did recognize as a place that we had done a search warrant when I was in the major case unit years prior. And I just recognized that from seeing the sign. And I knew it was at the end of the dead end of the road on the left. That's all that I can remember.
But you recognized the area, you had been in that area.
No, I was very unfamiliar with the area. I recognized that street when we passed it.
You had been to that street previously serving a search warrant.
The street down here, yes, ma'am.
Had the other vehicles arrived prior to you, or did they arrive after you arrived and parked by the dumpster?
When we left the church, we kind of, looks like we always do when we have a rally point, we just kind of caravan we try to condense. It's easier said than done, but to condense down to as few cars as possible. And the reason that we do that is when you're driving up to a target location in the middle of the night and somebody looks out their window and sees 7 cars following each other down the street, I think that's a little suspicious and might kind of blow our cover, so to speak. So we try to condense down to as few cars as possible. I'm not sure how many cars we condense down into. I never condense down into another car because I have my dog in the kennel in the back. So I never leave my dog if I can help it. Sometimes another officer, detective might jump in with me in my front seat and they might ride with me to the location, leaving a certain amount of cars there at that rally point, and then we retrieve those cars later, which is what happened in this case.
My question was, did you arrive before the other vehicles or did they arrive after you?
I was maybe second to the last in line of that caravan after it left the church.
And you exited your vehicle and walked down the parking lot or the sidewalk toward 3003?
I exited here, and at some point I made it up the way to the sidewalk, which was up in this area right in through here between this entrance and this entrance.
Now, this building, point out where the entrance is to 3003, please.
It has 2 entrances, ma'am, to my knowledge. I thought this was an entrance and this was an entrance, but I could be wrong.
In fact, the top, the first entrance that you would come to from where you parked, that's not 3003 Springfield, is it?
It says 3003 on top of the building, ma'am. I thought the whole thing was 3003. I'm sorry. I don't know what that address is then. If that's not 3003, close to where I parked my vehicle there, then I wouldn't know
And then,
this address.
so that you walked past that first set of doorways. You want to point out that first set? So you walk past those, which also you saw one patio on the right, one patio on the left, one at the top right, one at the top left. In that first entrance, before you got to 3000 apartment 4. You want to point out that first set of patios and balconies that you walked past? Then you kept on walking, and where's the entrance to apartment 4?
Going by this satellite map, the number 4 looks like it's on the left side of this building.
So that's where the group gathered to make entrance. That's where the group of 7 gathered to make entrance into apartment 4.
We actually didn't gather right in front of there. That tactically wouldn't be a great idea. We gathered, came together in a single file type line between these entrances here. Like I said, some of the detectives were parked in the middle of the lot, just out in the middle of the lot, and left their cars there. Some had pulled into parking places. I don't know where everybody came from or any idea where anybody even parked. All I know is the group had already begun to accumulate here, and I fell in behind because I was, like I said, I was the second to last or the last vehicle coming into the complex in the caravan, and I jumped in right here as they were already walking up towards the apartment.
If we could have Exhibit 19 displayed, please. Directing your attention to what's been admitted as Exhibit 19. This is the entrance to the breezeway, is it not?
That's what it appears.
We see the last 3 numbers there, 003. Now, what position did you take as you walked from the sidewalk up to this breezeway? Point out what position you were in.
It would have been over here is where the sidewalk where I just mentioned, and we came up from this direction.
And again, I want you to focus on where you were at this point. So where were you standing, and at what position did you take?
At that point, when I approached, I believe I was maybe second to the last or second or third to the last in line of the as the stack approached through here.
Well, where were you standing?
When we first walked up, I was right here.
And who was behind you? Anyone?
The best of my recollection is Detective Campbell was still behind me. I believe everybody else was in front of me at that time.
Positioned how? Where was Lieutenant Hoover?
That I don't know, ma'am, because everybody was crammed in this area right here. So I can't tell you exactly where Detective Hoover was, but he had, when he walked up, I believe he was in front of me in the line, or in the stack. So Mattingly, Cosgrove, Detective James, his shield, and I believe, I think that's it. We're already standing in this area right here.
So everybody was standing there just standing together, standing next to each other, right there in that vestibule?
Well, yes and no. The reason being, usually we'll come in a more tactical sense, I guess, because we'll have a person on each side of the door.
I didn't ask you what you would do. I asked you what did happen.
Yes, ma'am. Everybody was bunched together right here.
Except you and Campbell.
Well, I was here, like I said, and that's which allowed me access or allowed me to see up the top of this stairway.
And where was Campbell?
The best of my recollection, ma'am, he was somewhere in here. I believe I heard him behind me, but he was not involved in any verbal exchange with anyone.
Okay, well, I didn't ask you about a verbal exchange. I just asked you when everyone walked up, what positions did they take? And you just explained that you were back at the end of the steps, or maybe a little bit in front of the last step or the first step, and everybody else was bunched up in the vestibule except Campbell.
To the best of my
Correct.
recollection, yes, ma'am.
Now, how did the process begin of trying to execute the search warrant at that point?
Sergeant Mattingly was the first to knock on the door. And
Now, could you see from where you were back at the end of the steps here? So we have you and Campbell back there. And so 5 other men are bunched together in the vestibule. Could you see Mattingly?
I didn't concentrate necessarily on seeing Mattingly. I could hear him knocking and announcing from right here, but I think he was blocked by maybe another officer or another detective, and I don't know who that was. I didn't feel like I had a free view in to see where he was at, because I know Detective Nobles was there with the ram, and that kind of takes up a whole extra body carrying the ram around.
You heard Sergeant Mattingly begin to knock.
Yes, ma'am. And then I could
Did
visually
you see Sergeant Mattingly knocking from where you were at the end of the steps?
yes,
Got him.
You could see him in spite of there being
Got him.
in the vestibule.
Got
You could
him.
see Sergeant Mattingly knocking.
yes, ma'am.
And did he say anything when he started knocking?
He made announcements as he was knocking.
Announcements of what?
Police search warrant.
Then what happened?
He continued knocking and continued announcing, and others, and I don't know who, joined in with the announcement.
Where was Detective Nobles when Sergeant Mattingly was knocking on the door?
To the best of my recollection, I'm pointing it on the steps, but actually he was to the right of apartment 4, between the steps and Sergeant Mattingly, or just to the right of that door there.
Between this, just to the right of the door and not in front of the door, not next to the door, or not back, not in relation to the threshold. Where was Detective Nobles?
Just to the right of the threshold. Then, if you're talking about the threshold of number 4, he was to the right of that.
And where was Detective Cosgrove?
I don't recall in the vestibule Cosgrove's exact location.
Where was Detective James?
They were all in front of me, positioned in front of me at that time.
Well, position in front of you. And you were still back at the end of the steps?
I was still in the same spot. I haven't moved yet, or you haven't told me where we're going. Or let me rephrase. The last place you asked me about was here, and I haven't moved since that location during our conversation.
And you have indicated that while you were still there, Detective Nobles was to the side of the threshold, and Sergeant Mattingly was knocking on the door. So they have now moved out of the bunched up group that you first said they were arranged in when coming up.
Everybody's still bunched up here. There's just nowhere else to go because it's such a small area.
Did you see Detective James while Sergeant Mattingly was knocking?
Don't think I could give you his exact location. I knew he was in front of me in the vestibule.
So everybody was in front of you in the vestibule,
With the exception of Detective
of Campbell.
Yes.
You don't know where Detective James was.
No, but I took notice that he had a shield now, or a bunker, which I think I actually first took notice of that when we were walking up on the sidewalk, which was super uncommon. I've never been trained to make entry with a bunker. That's usually something that's done with SRT, or Special Response Team, or a SWAT team.
Or I didn't ask you about whether you were trained with a bunker. So you said everybody at first was gathered in a bunch in the vestibule. Now you have established that Sergeant Mattingly was at the door knocking. Detective Nobles was to the right of the threshold with the ram. Now I asked you, where was Detective Cosgrove? You said you didn't know. I have now asked you, where was Detective James?
In front of me, between myself and these two doors somewhere.
But you don't know where.
No.
And where was Lieutenant Hoover?
Lieutenant Hoover was also up there between me and the doors, and I can't give you his exact location.
Did you see Detective Hoover?
Lieutenant Hoover, I don't
I'm
remember.
sorry, Lieutenant Hoover. Did you see him?
I don't recall. I mean, I knew he was there, but I don't remember seeing him for any reason.
Now, continue on explaining the chronology. While Sergeant Mattingly was knocking and saying police search warrant, then what happened?
Sergeant Mattingly knocked, announced police search warrant repeatedly. Other officers, and I don't know who, also you could hear them verbalize police search warrant or Metro Police search warrant. And after some time of banging on the door and knocking, Mr. who I know to be Mr. Sarpay now exited this apartment here, which now I know to be apartment 8.
Where were you at that time?
I could hear the door open. I could hear him speak to us, and I was still here, now looking up and engaged him in conversation.
And how did you engage Mr. Sarpay?
Mr. Sarpay seemed very irritated or agitated that we were there, and that he wanted us. He made it clear that he wasn't happy with us being there, and he came out aggressive and like yelling. And I said, "Police search warrant," and he argued some more. He didn't follow orders. I told him to go back in this apartment. I didn't want him out or anybody out in the hallway while we were attempting to execute this warrant. I tried to get him back inside. He was very argumentative, and then eventually did go back inside.
How long were you engaging with Mr. Sarpay?
A matter of, I would say, around 10 seconds, maybe a little longer.
Well, didn't Sergeant Mattingly address you in the process of you arguing with Sarpay? Didn't Sergeant Mattingly tell you to cease doing that?
He did. He said, "Leave it or forget about it."
He said,
one or the
leave him
other.
alone.
Leave it or forget about it. Like,
So
ignore it.
Sergeant Mattingly took his attention off of the knocking and announcing and addressed you in this situation with Mr. Sarpay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Sarpay went back into the apartment upstairs.
He did. He closed the door, and then I thought he was gone. And then he immediately opened the door back up and said something else, and I don't recall what that was. And like he was getting his last couple words in, and then he closed the door, and that was the last interaction I had with him at that time.
Go ahead with the chronology. After Mr. Sarpay went back in the apartment upstairs, what happened?
The knocking, announcing resumed. Sergeant Mattingly had stopped for a brief time I think we're all kind of distracted by Sarpay, and which wasn't common. It was usually if somebody comes out, they see the police, or we say police, they immediately go back in. And so it was a distraction for sure. But after that, Sarpay closed the door the final time. That, like I said, that was the last I saw of him. The knocking and announcing then continued by Sergeant Mattingly on the door.
Where were you at that time?
I had moved up a little bit. Now there's no threat up here, anybody to challenge to get back in their apartment. And Sergeant Mattingly had taken his advice and disengaged conversation. And then I moved up a little bit from where I was at. So just probably not a couple feet.
And why did you move up?
Well, a couple reasons. Detective Nobles, it was about that time I felt, and it's usually a supervisor or commanding officer's decision when the door should be breached. And that usually we do not have a lieutenant with us. So in my mind, it was the sergeant was waiting on the lieutenant to make the call. Usually it's just a sergeant and detectives there. 99% 98% of the time. But Lieutenant Hoover was on this search warrant with us for whatever reason. And so I think by Sergeant Mattingly continuously knocking, somebody was waiting for a commanding officer's decision to make that call for the door to be breached, or there had been enough time have passed that the door needed to be breached at that point.
And you were still, you said you moved up a little bit, but you were still the last one except Campbell.
Yes, ma'am. I had moved up into the kind of this bunch is the best word I can use to describe it. But now I was closer to Detective Nobles, who was in this area, like I said before, to the right of the door.
And still everybody's up there. Hoover, Cosgrove, James, Nobles, Mattingly, and now you have stepped up a few steps.
Yes, ma'am. They are more in this area. They're more behind Sergeant Mattingly, but still all of us are bunched up in this.
Bunched up.
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated someone, either Lieutenant Hoover gave the directive to go ahead and breach because there had been no response to the knocking and announcing. Is that why the decision was made to breach the door?
That's my understanding, ma'am. Yes.
What happened as the door? Explain how the door was breached.
Sure. Once Lieutenant Hoover, I believe, gave the order to breach the door, Sergeant Mattingly either moved back or to his left a little bit out of the way. Obviously, you cannot be in the way of the ram. Detective Nobles began working on the door, and he then, the best way for me to describe it is that he stood in a position to his left. So as I'm looking at the door would be here, and began hitting the door with the ram.
This is Exhibit 5 that's been admitted. Address, if you would, Exhibit 5 with the pointer and explain where Detective Nobles was standing when he began to breach the door.
Sure. He was in this area. And then he moved up to work on the door here. So, in this, I think the battery's dead on this. It keeps going off, but he's hitting it from left to right, standing facing. Detective Nobles would be facing apartment 3 at this point.
Permission to approach.
Thank you.
So point out again where Detective Nobles was.
Sure. Here, prior to breach, and then he scoots over so he can put force on the door.
And then what happened?
He hit the door 2 times. It's hard to see in this picture, but you can start to see the door itself start to buckle a bit as he's hitting it with the ram. And I believe on the third swing, that's when the door came off of the strike plate in the handle area and open just like it is there.
Open just like it is there. Is that what you remember? Or is that what we're seeing? Are you saying that because we're seeing it here in this picture?
I was giving a visual for the jury. Is that how the door opened after he struck it? So in that manner, I'm not saying that's exactly how far it was open. Maybe I misspoke, but that's the way the door opened inward.
Where were you?
At this point, I'm now moved up to here in this area.
And where is Cosgrove, Hoover, James? I'm assuming Campbell is still at the back. Where are Cosgrove, Hoover, and James when the door is breached?
They would have been in this area here. So to my left, let me rephrase. Mattingly, Hoover.
Can we see the pointer?
Sure. Mattingly, Hoover, and this is not in a specific order. We're in this area. Sergeant Mattingly was the one knocking on the door, so he was closest to the door, and everyone else was back here. Detective Cosgrove, I don't remember if he was to my right or my left, but he was somewhere in this area.
Did you see the door open when Nobles performed the last hit on it, which broke the door lock and open?
Yes,
Did you
ma'am.
see the door open?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you standing?
Right in this area here.
And where was Cosgrove, James, and Hoover?
I don't remember Cosgrove specifically. I just know Sarge was here in this area, and everybody else would have been in this area.
And what happened when the door was breached?
When the door was breached, Detective Nobles here, like I think's been put in the record, he's unarmed. He then hits the ram the last time, and then he spins away. So coming back towards me, or back towards the stairwell, out of harm's way, from here reverses out to here. Now I don't know how far he went back, or if he went against that wall.
Well, you were standing there.
I wasn't watching Detective Nobles, ma'am. I was watching
You
that
weren't
door.
watching Nobles?
No, ma'am. I was watching the door at that
Did you
point.
watch him when he breached the door,
I did.
but then you quit watching him?
Yeah, I took my eyes off him. There was no reason to watch Detective Nobles after the door was breached, because
What happened when the door was breached?
then I immediately can see down the right side of this hallway to a dark apartment, a completely pitch black apartment.
Where is Sergeant Mattingly when the door was breached?
I never looked over at Sergeant. I never looked left, or I had no reason to look at the other officers because my attention was now focused down this hallway.
You had been watching Sergeant Mattingly when he was knocking and announcing?
Intermittently, yes. I wasn't concentrating my attention on him because, like I said, I was distracted by Mr. Sharpay.
No, after Mr. Sarpay had gone back into the apartment upstairs, and then attention was directed back to the knocking, and then the decision or the order was given to breach. Detective Nobles then began the banging to the breach. You weren't watching Mattingly?
After the door was breached, no, ma'am.
You don't know what Mattingly did?
No, I didn't have any attention towards any reason to have any attention on Sergeant Mattingly.
When the door was breached, how far open did it swing?
To my best recollection, the door was all the way open. It opened up all the way.
And did you see Mattingly step over the threshold, begin to step into apartment 4 after the door was breached?
I did not.
You did not. Did you know Sergeant Mattingly received gunfire?
I did.
How did you know that?
Well, like I said, the apartment was dark and it was immediately illuminated by the muzzle flash of a firearm.
But you weren't watching. You don't know where Sergeant Mattingly was. You just said.
That's correct. I never saw Sergeant Mattingly cross the threshold.
So, what did you see after the door, as you said, swung all the way open? You didn't see Sergeant Mattingly stepping in. What did you see?
I saw darkness, and then I immediately saw a large muzzle flash. I could feel the percussion of a gun, of a percussion from the discharge of a firearm. And with the illumination of the muzzle flash, I could see now, I now had a backdrop and a visual of a silhouette of a person in a combat shooting stance here, directed with a gun directed at us directly.
Where were you standing?
Just to the right of this, or
I would like you to point with the laser pointer where you were standing when you saw this muzzle flash.
sure. I was, as Detective Nobles rotated out with the ram, I moved up into this empty void. There was a large void here created by him swinging this ram back and forth, So when he did his job on the door and breached it and moved out, I then moved up to here.
So you were in the threshold.
No, I never got in the threshold. No, ma'am. I wasn't up as far.
Doormat,
I'm sorry.
the doormat there.
I was probably near the doormat. I don't know if I stepped on the doormat or I was directly in this area right here.
And you saw the muzzle flash.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get shot?
No, ma'am.
And did that muzzle, you said when you saw the muzzle flash, and because of the muzzle flash, you were able to see a figure behind the muzzle flash? Is that what you stated?
I don't believe that's how I stated. I said the muzzle flash illuminated the room or the hallway to where I could see the silhouette of a human in the shooting stance.
And did that pose a threat to you?
Yes,
So did you respond to that threat?
I did.
You shot?
I did.
How many times did you shoot there standing on the mat?
Well, I didn't shoot it from the mat, man.
When you saw the muzzle flash and the figure, you said after the flash illuminated the hallway, did that appear to be an active threat to you,
Yes, ma'am.
firing in your direction,
Yes, ma'am.
and you did not return fire?
Okay.
Why not?
Because we were in this fatal funnel.
What did you do?
From my position here, when I saw the threat, I immediately reversed direction, spun out, and went back the breezeway towards the direction that we came from, towards the sidewalk.
We go back to Exhibit 19. You went in which direction from this,
Back to where we came
from
from.
the doormat?
This way. So from here, here.
And then what did you do?
I made this corner of the building because I knew I had to respond, and I couldn't do it from the fatal funnel. And as I moved around,
You knew you had to respond, but you didn't respond while seeing the direct threat right in front of you. You couldn't respond or didn't respond. The
Like-
active threat.
like I said, I didn't respond because we were in that funnel.
So you turned around, came out of the breezeway, and what did you do?
I made this corner here, and I think it's off the picture. If you have a wider picture I can use, but I made this turn here towards, I forget which direction that is, but back towards the way in which I came from or I parked at.
So you came out toward the sidewalk then? Is that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do then?
As I made the corner of the building, I had, like I stated before, I had heard the shooting, and then I heard this gunfire intensify to where it would be like a semi-automatic rifle style sounds, loud percussion coming out of that breezeway, and like a.
We can look up now at Exhibit 33, please.
Mhm.
And now point out where you, as you came out the breezeway, where you went.
I came out of the breezeway and to this direction. So I don't know if I used this wheelchair ramp or if I made it to the actual sidewalk. I'm not sure of my exact placement.
Well, where were you when you started shooting through the sliding glass doors?
I was somewhere in this area.
Were you on, those are two different side. the sidewalk adjacent to the railing, were you there or were you over by the cars that were pulled in the parking lot there?
Like I said, I don't recall if I was actually on this ramp, this wheelchair ramp, or if I was in this sidewalk area.
What did you do?
I noticed, I observed, I heard the audible, the semi-automatic gunfire that sounded like rifle fire. I saw the sliding glass door lighting up, illuminating with the muzzle flashes. As I heard the gun go off, I could see the muzzle flash illumination or the strobing of that sliding glass door, of the curtains and blinds from that area.
You said curtains and blinds. Now, had you been inside the apartment before?
I don't know,
And how did you know there were curtains and blinds?
because I saw the pictures and entered into discovery.
I'm talking about the night this happened on March 13th. What did you see through the sliding glass doors as you were shooting through them?
I could see these, I believe they're vertical blinds.
So you saw vertical blinds.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you approached that apartment back at the initial approach, when you walked down the sidewalk to make entrance into the breezeway, you had taken note of those sliding doors, didn't you?
I recognize them because anytime we walk past the target location, you want to keep your eye or give it your attention to whatever windows or doors are in play at that target location. So I looked over there, I guess, maybe briefly, and identified no threats at those.
And there was no activity, you indicated. You couldn't see anything.
Not to my knowledge.
So you came out here and you were standing somewhere out in here and you were shooting through the sliding glass doors. How many times did you shoot through those?
How many times do I think I shot through them that night, or how many times did I learn that I shot through them?
How many times did you intend to shoot through the doors?
I shot through the doors 5 times from here.
At this time, where was your fellow officers? Mattingly, Nobles, Hoover, James, Cosgrove, and Campbell.
To the best of my knowledge, now I didn't give any attention back or look back. Now I'm out of view of the rest of my platoon. So I can hear John say I'm down or I'm hit, and I know he's down. I see the other officer, hear the other officers attempting to help him. It almost sounds like material dragging across the ground is what I could hear after he says I'm down, the firing, and it sounds like a commotion, like they're stuck, like they're trying to drag him out. That's, this happened in a second or two, 3 seconds. So that was my perception at the time, that they are now taking automatic gunfire where they're stuck in this fatal funnel with Sergeant Mattingly down. And that's my characterization of what was taking place as I'm returning fire with my only option to return fire through this window to stop this threat inside.
What were you aiming at?
The threat, the strobing.
The threat you had seen when you were standing on the doormat and saw the figure at the end of the hallway? And what kind of gun did you say that you thought that was?
It appeared to be, at the time, a shoulder holstered long rifle or an AR-15
So
style.
that's what you labeled as the active threat.
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't shoot at the active threat until you got around to the parking lot.
I was never in the parking lot.
Shot through the sliding glass doors.
Yes, ma'am.
aiming at that threat you had seen at the end of the hallway?
Well, the threat that I saw at the end of the hallway, now I see a bright strobing illumination of these, and I can hear the rapid gunfire coming out of this breezeway. And it's my understanding at that time that they were taking that rapid rifle fire down in the hallway and they were being executed.
Did your fellow officers return fire who were in the vestibule, in the foyer? Did your fellow officers return fire?
Did I know that now or do I know that then?
At the time you were there, did your fellow officers return fire?
I found out later they did.
So you saw the muzzle flash at the end of the hall and you did not return fire, and you don't know if your fellow officers returned fire.
I could hear guns going back and forth. I could only assume they were, but I did not know for a fact that they shot while I was here.
You assume that they were returning fire?
I could hear, it sounded like, ma'am, different calibers being exchanged. And then that, like I said before, that automatic rifle or a semi-automatic rifle fire.
So you thought you heard different guns going back and forth
It sounded like
while you were standing outside the sliding glass door.
Yes, ma'am. It sounded like a firefight.
Well, were you concerned that if you shot through the sliding door, you might hit one of your fellow officers?
Absolutely not.
Did you feel guilty running out of the breezeway, leaving your fellow officers in the fatal funnel?
I did not.
They stayed in the breezeway and you left.
That's my understanding.
After firing your shots through the sliding door, what did you do?
After shooting those rounds through the sliding glass door, the firing did not stop. It continued. I noticed the 2-bedroom windows, which I know to be bedroom windows now, the 2 windows immediately adjacent to the sliding glass door, were also being illuminated with that strobing muzzle flash. I could hear the gunfire coming out of the hallway, and I could see those I could see the illumination from the strobing, the muzzle flash lighting those windows up. I recalling where I had saw the shooter last prior to moving. I knew that I had a more accurate shot at that threat at the end of the hallway if in fact I delivered rounds through that bedroom, as it's referred to now, bedroom 2 window.
Where were you when you shot through the bedroom window? And this is Exhibit 32. Now up on the screen. Where were you standing when you shot through the bedroom window?
Ma'am, I don't know if it's in this frame because I can't tell how far this is away from the door, but it would have been somewhere in here, whether it be the sidewalk or that area.
Exhibit 31, which now shows both the sliding glass door and the window. Point out where you moved from having shot through the sliding door up here. Where were you standing when you shot through the bedroom window?
I would have moved after I delivered these rounds through the sliding window with no result on the threat. I then continued to my right, or closest, I guess, to this truck bumper, and returned fire through bedroom 2 window.
And is it your testimony that you saw an active threat through the bedroom window?
Yes, ma'am. Like I just stated, I had a bright illumination still from these windows. Could hear the gunfire.
I can't see where you're pointing.
I'm sorry. Through the bedroom window, lighting up the flashing, the strobing, and I knew my threat when I first observed it was, and it's hard to show here, but would be right there in that hallway.
With the AR
Positioned in a combat shooting stance, yes.
at the end of the hallway.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many shots did you intend to shoot through the bedroom window?
5 rounds.
What did you do then?
After putting those 5 rounds through the window, through bedroom 2 window, I stopped to assess, and the threat was stopped. The threat stopped. No more firing could be heard or seen, or the strobing of the muzzle flash could be seen.
Stop to assess. Did you stop to assess after your first round through the bedroom window?
Yes, ma'am. That assessment would have been made from where I shot first to where I shot the second.
So after every shot through the bedroom window, you assessed and you still saw an active threat?
I didn't say that. No.
What did you say?
I said after 5 rounds, I assessed those rounds through that bedroom window, and I noticed I could tell there was no further threat. I stopped shooting.
So you did not assess whether there was still an active threat after your first shot through the bedroom window?
No, because I was still getting that stimulus from that bedroom window, and from the audible coming from the breezeway.
And the audible what?
Gunshots
From where?
from coming out into the breezeway area.
So you were seeing a threat, active threat, through the bedroom window, but you were hearing gunfire in the breezeway.
Well, like I tried to explain, maybe I did a poor job. I could see the illumination strobing in the bedroom window, and I could hear the gunfire, which matched that strobing.
From the breezeway. What happened then?
The threat had stopped, and I believe I moved back possibly to a cover type position. I did not know at that time how many shots I'd fired, and I thought it was probably appropriate to do a tactical reload.
In the parking lot.
Yes, ma'am.
So you reloaded, and then what happened?
I could hear out in the parking lot, we've seen pictures, I could hear, I guess we skipped a part, ma'am, but after the shooting here, I could to my left, and I never looked back left, but I could hear some type of commotion over here. It sounded like grown men wrestling on the ground with clothes on is what it sounded like. And I didn't know exactly what happened, but there was no sparring verbally or anything to go along with that. I did not take my eyes off of that, of the threat, but I could hear a commotion, like people were on the ground wrestling, but I could hear voices of people that I recognized that were there. I believe Tony James or Lieutenant Hoover said, I have a tourniquet, or we need a tourniquet. So I knew there was, I knew Sergeant Mattingly was, I knew he'd been hit, and I knew he's bleeding, and I knew they needed a tourniquet. I could hear that going on in the parking lot. Now, I'm alone. Everybody else's efforts are to save Sergeant Mattingly's life, and I'm kind of there by myself. So I get on the radio.
When you left the breezeway, did you look back? When you left the breezeway and left them in the fatal funnel, did you look back?
No.
Well, at some point you learn Mattingly has been shot. You then, as you say here, this scuffling around, people tending. You find out everyone is tending to Mattingly.
If I could be a little more specific.
You got,
about that.
you answered my question.
Okay, thank you.
You got on the radio then and called for radio that an officer was down and called for backup or called for patrol.
I switched to the primary channel. Our channels aren't our narcotics channels are not monitored by patrol, nor are they recorded. So I got on a primary channel that has a dispatcher actually listening. Our channels, our narcotics channels, don't have a dispatcher. We can't talk to someone and say, "Hey, come help us." There's nobody listening. It's just for us to communicate with each other. So I switched my radio to a primary channel, be it the wrong one. I still got to a primary channel, which was the downtown channel, and put out the 1030 officer needs assistance. The dispatcher immediately responded to me, "What is your location?" They did not know for some reason, they did not know where we were at. Usually that's done in the briefing, or the case officer will notify Metro Safe of our location of the warrant, so they'll know where we're at in case something like this happens, but that didn't happen in this case. They had no idea where I was at, so they asked for a location. I couldn't give them one because I didn't know the address. Got my phone out and remembered the whiteboard picture I'd taken previously at CID office and got it bigger and zoomed in, and it appeared to be 3007 Springfield. And that's the address I called out on the 1030. While doing so, I said, I want responding officers to come with long rifle. We're engaged, or we were met with rifle fire. I need patrol officers with rifles to respond. Because not all patrol officers have rifles.
You specifically told them to get the patrol to bring long rifles.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why they all showed up with long rifles. And then when they got there, you told the patrol where to go to cover. And did you send them to the back of the building?
I don't recall sending anybody to the back. I did mention that we needed somebody. I believe at some point in my radio transmission, I advised somebody needed to be back there. And like I said before, I was worried that the person was going out the back window or the back door, and we had nobody. I know we had nobody back there because everyone that showed up at the stack, usually we'll have two officers or two detectives peel off and go around and cover the back, and we didn't do that on this warrant.
Well, how did you know there was a back door?
I did not know there was a back door. I just assumed there was a back window or a back door. That's why I was afraid the subject, the shooter, was escaping out that direction.
You stayed out in front of this building as patrol arrived and began to point their long rifles at both the front and the back. You were out there for quite a while. In fact, then when, you later found out, Kenneth Walker came out, and you were initially the one directing him, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were out there. After you called for on radio, and before Kenneth Walker came out, you were out still in the front watching this entrance and these windows and this sliding door that you had shot through, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I actually put my light on one of these vehicles right here on the hood or trunk of the vehicle parked here and left it there so we could light up the target location. So when officers responded, they just didn't run up into this active shooting situation.
Because that's before SWAT got there.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the door to apartment 4 was still open.
Ma'am, I never went back into the breezeway, so I couldn't say whether it is or wasn't.
You were in the parking lot.
Yes, ma'am. I'm now behind a position of cover. It's like I stated, I'm worried for my personal safety because I have a handgun, and it's my understanding the shooter has a long rifle, and I needed to get some type of cover between me and the shooter. Had that person emerge from the complex, I would have at least a vehicle engine or something to have behind cover to return.
Well, the door to apartment 4 was still open. So if you were worried about a shooter still being in there, you would have obviously been wanting to watch the door, the front door, would you not?
Yes, ma'am. And that's why I positioned the patrol officers on cars, hoods, and trunks in this area. and had them direct their rifle barrels towards the target location. I was trying my best to stay behind cover, but as they came in hot or running on foot at 10:30, everybody's pretty hyped up. I want them to know what's in play here. I didn't want them pointing weapons at apartments that were not in play, meaning, upstairs apartment or this or that apartment. I wanted them to know exactly what was in play as it was.
And did you see a man come out of this door here and start to walk out and toward the open door of apartment 4, who we now know was Cody Etherton?
I did not, ma'am.
Did not see.
I was over here in this parking lot.
So during the entire time after you shot into this sliding door, after you shot into the window, and then we're out there calling for patrol and we're directing patrol where to point their guns, you didn't see Cody Etherton come out of apartment 3, this door here.
No, ma'am, but a patrol officer over here behind cover could have seen. I was straight more in front of the bedroom 2 in this area where I'd reloaded.
So during the time that you were in the vestibule, let's go back to the approach to the beginning. There is some ambient light in this vestibule, wasn't there? Wasn't completely dark, was it?
Ma'am, it was not pitch black, but I believe, to the best of my knowledge, there was some type of parking lot illumination back behind us, and I believe that may have fed a little bit of light into that dark. Well, you can see it's dark during daylight in this picture, but it's even darker at night, even with the parking lot lights on. As you can see, there's no lighting as it is inside this vestibule.
It's a very small vestibule.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Not really enough room for 6 men to stand in there, minus Campbell, is there?
I don't agree with that. We all fit in there.
And while you're in there in that very small vestibule, before entry was made, before any breach was made, did you not see this door here with a big 3 on it?
No, ma'am. As I said before, there were detectives standing in here. Lieutenant Hoover himself is 6'7", 250, 80 pounds. He's a large guy. Detective James is carrying a barricade shield, which takes up the space of an extra person. So that is at least 2 large figures between me and seeing any such doors here. Nor do I have any reason to be searching around for extra doors because my attention is focused on apartment 4 until Sarpay comes out of apartment 8 upstairs.
And when you walked up, before anybody ever even went in there, you didn't see right across from this patio here, you saw this one, didn't you?
I could see 2 balconies and 2 patios.
So you knew there was a door on this side directly across from apartment 4.
I didn't see it, but I can only assume there would be.
Where were you standing when you were directing, you later found out was Kenneth Walker? Where were you standing when you were directing him out?
When we had sufficient cars, where I felt it was sufficient to do a call out, I obviously just explained I didn't want to do that by myself for obvious reasons, safety concerns. But when we had appropriate patrol there in position behind cover with long rifles, that's when I felt it was safe to make a call out of the person inside. And I don't think I answered your question now that I went. I would have been straight out in the parking lot from that area.
So directing your attention to now what's up on the screen, Exhibit 1, photograph that was taken that night. Where were you standing when you were directing Kenneth Walker to come out?
The best of my recollection, I was somewhere in here.
And how does he come out? Where does he walk?
He comes out at 4 and into this breezeway.
And did you have a light on him? You said you put the light on a vehicle there.
Yeah, the light that I left my Stinger, I believe, on one of these cars here, the trunk of one of these cars here. Ma'am, I don't recall if I had my light on him when he exited the apartment or not. I don't recall that. I would refer that to
Wouldn't it
body cam footage.
wouldn't it have been important for you to have a light on him, be able to see him as you were directing him out?
Yes, ma'am. It'd be important for him to be illuminated. And I'm not saying he wasn't, but it could have been by other officers.
And he came out of apartment 4, the door, and you were paying close attention to him as he exited that door, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that time, as he exited the door to apartment 4, did you not see this door directly within a couple feet to the left of apartment 4 with a big 3 on it?
No, ma'am. My attention was directed towards Mr. Walker himself.
Louisville Metro Police does not teach suppressive fire, does it?
Not to my knowledge, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have.
Apartment 4, or shot a bullet into apartment 4, which bullet went then into apartment 3.
That's all, folks. We most definitely will be back. That last, I believe that was a state prosecutor. She did an excellent job. That last lawyer, I believe that was a state prosecutor, and she did an excellent job painting a picture on the confusion, the Keystone Coppers, what she was able to do. It seems like some people in the chat disagree, and they feel like, Adam, thank you, Adam, for coming through and your comments. I would have loved if Adam could have come up and explained why he felt that this officer was not guilty. Me and Adam may have agreed on some things. Everybody's comments are welcome. I don't have to be right. I'm perfect. I'm not right. So what this attorney was able to do in this cross-examination with photographs, if you notice, the defense didn't use any photographs. The defense didn't have any experts. The defense simply relying on the fact that the police are trained and have a permission to kill. That's what the defense is relying on, and they're relying on the fact that the other officers who actually murdered Breonna Taylor are not being charged. But here it is under cross-examination, the first time we see photographs of what the officers actually saw. And she kept asking them under cross, where were you? Where was Cosgrove? Where was the other person? Because Breonna Taylor was shot by 2 officers, but Cosgrove fired the fatal shot. So she wanted to establish not only a timeline, but a picture, a visual picture for the jury. So you could see she's not trying to say right or wrong, but what I gathered from the picture she was able to draw out of his questioning is that there was no clear leadership. Do you guys hear what I'm saying? There was no clear leadership There was no clear leadership, and there was no rhyme or reason to this entire debacle. She got him to admit under cross that the sergeant turned his eye away from the door to address him and tell him, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Why are you talking to the neighbor? We about to hit this house. So what she established was your idiocy took attention away from the sergeant. So you nor the sergeant saw what was going on at the front of the pack. You couldn't. You were addressing the neighbor. The sergeant was addressing you. You could not hear whether or not they said police. You could not see whether or not he knocked on the door, but still you're testifying that someone knocked on the door and said police, but you were unable to see that. She's painting a picture of lies and confusion. My brother Pastor Poyar said, confused mercenaries. This is a perfect example of what happens when you go on a mission with a group of confused mercenaries. Someone gets hurt. Every single time, confused mercenaries, someone gets hurt. Why was everybody bunched up? He couldn't answer. When did people come out of the bunch? First, people all bunched up in the festival. But then he explains, under further duress, under further questioning, where were you at the front of the door? Because now, if you're saying that this officer was knocking on the door and this officer had the batter ram, but you just tell the jury that all of you were bunched up together, when did you leave the bunch? When did this officer break off? And when did this officer break off? When did you when were you talking to the neighbor? And when did the actual door kick happen? He doesn't know. He doesn't know where anyone is. No one knows. If from Cosgrove, and do you know why? It's not to insult them. There's a reason. There's a real logical answer as to why he doesn't know where everyone is and why he made such a fatal mistake. It's because they've never worked together before. What's up, 300? It's because they never worked together before. This was a hodgepodge group. They never worked together before. This was a flex force with a high narcotics unit, but it was a hodgepodge of detectives from all over. Cosgrove, the one who fatally shot Breonna Taylor, actually was just looking for some overtime. He was looking for some overtime. He had never worked with any of these people before. None of these officers. Don't that sound like a hit where you don't know who bullet has guns in the magazine, and everybody goes in, everybody shoots, but nobody knows who does it. So no one worked together before. Nobody followed protocol. So of course he didn't know. He said it's better when you work in a team, because when you work on the team, you know where everybody's position is. Anybody in the military, anybody done a mission like this knows that. Even in a bank robbery and even in crime, somebody is the driver, somebody is the gunman, somebody is the bag man, and it's like that every time. If you're going to be successful, you don't change positions, or else if you go to jail or somebody gets hurt. So he says it's better when you're in a team, right? Because when you're in a team, you have everybody's position established. And if you were to ask me on the team, I could tell you where 300 is, where Pastor is, because I know he likes to do the door, he likes to do the batter ram, he likes to do the shield, and I'm going to be following up the end with the dog. But I can't tell you that's what happened because I never worked with these guys before. There was no unison on a team like this. Issuing a warrant like this, it is imperative that they have this camaraderie, this brotherhood, that they're working in unison, right? Because it's like a dance that's happening, right? You got to be working in conjunction, right? Because it's a 1, 2, 3. It's knock, battle ram, push open, shield, and then you come in. Like you got to be able to go boom, boom, boom. Like from what I understand, that they practice these things, right? And in the previous testimony, the trainer talked about how they had physical practice and they did practice with things on the wall, videos on the wall, right? Digital practice, right? Where they practice entering the house where you got to shoot at a target and not like at Men in Black. Remember when Will Smith and Men in Black, they have real life practice like that. So that when you actually do it in real life, you know where everything is at. What this lawyer was able to do at the end was illuminate how This was a debacle. This was confused mercenaries, Keystone cops. Nobody knew where anyone was at. No one did the checklist. No one did the ops sign off, and someone died. But no one is being charged and held accountable for all of these mishaps. So I just wanted to recap today. Thank y'all for tuning in. It's been a real good show. 300 came through, past the $40 came through. We got to discuss a lot of good topics today. We talked about Daniel Cameron. Please pay attention. Look up Daniel Cameron. He is the Attorney General of Kentucky. Daniel Cameron is the reason why no one will ever be charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. He is married to the granddaughter of Mitch McConnell. Shout out to Jay Sean. I pray a covering over Jay Sean. I pray a covering over Scat Pack and her family. She out there getting dinner ready. So we're going to pray for all the 5.0 family members. I pray a covering over everybody. Can't See in Red, what's up? Wow, that's my boy right there. Can't See in Red out there in the world working hard, man. I thank you for your support. And even though he be out there working hard, he still supports your boy. And I really appreciate that. You know, my prayer is that you get some benefit from the show. I hope you are entertained, and I pray you learn some stuff, you know, because I feel like the things that we present are important for fathers, you know, especially we got family in Kentucky, we got family in the Midwest. This brother becoming a senator or a congressman could affect the whole nation. You see how Mitch McConnell is a powerful person nationwide in his position as the majority leader in the Republican Party in the Senate. You know what I'm saying? He was able to block Barack Obama. So it's very close attention. Like a lot of us may not have known about Daniel Cameron because a lot of people didn't know about Kamala Harris. And then next thing you know, they could slide in Kamala Harris and tell you that she's black and tell you that this is the first black vice president. And by the time you find out who Kamala Harris is, it's too late. So they could slide in Daniel Cameron. Daniel Cameron looks good and tell you he's black, right? And because they make black this big thing, right? Like black is a real thing. You can slide in Daniel Cameron. Look at the new Supreme Court nominee. Biden promised to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court, but look at her. Look at her track record. Look at what she did to Lockheed Martin in Mississippi. Look how she held up that $20 million for those black people. This is the new black. This is the new black. We got to be aware. And this is the thing. There was a judge who wrote Biden who said, do not pick this woman. Do not tap this woman for the Supreme Court. But Biden know what he's doing, and Mitch McConnell know what he's doing. Do you know what they're doing? That's what this podcast is about. Biden knows what he's doing by picking this woman for the Supreme Court. Mitch McConnell knows what he's doing by blessing the marriage of Daniel Cameron with his granddaughter. Do you know what they're doing? This is how Kamala Harris got into the White House. Do you know, are you aware, do you got your antennas on? Now that we have illuminated the Breonna Taylor case, Breonna Taylor, rest in peace. I love you and prayers for you and your family. But now for us on the ground, there's work to do. I don't believe Daniel Cameron should be reelected as the Attorney General. Do you know Daniel Cameron was elected to be Attorney General? You have to vote for Daniel Cameron again. To the people of Kentucky, see, Black Lives Matter is gone because it never was real. But now we need real boots on the ground. We don't need protests. We don't need bricks. We don't need people dancing in front of police. We need real political activists. We need people on the ground, signing up people to vote, educating people on who Daniel Cameron is and what Daniel Cameron means to Kentucky and why we may not want him as an AG. He did not prosecute the cops who shot and killed Breonna Taylor. He should not get reelected as the Attorney General. That is the voice of the manosphere. When we talk about what this space can be and the legislation that came out of Kentucky with the child support, the manosphere should be discussing things like this, that this gentleman does not get another chance to be Attorney General, that this gentleman does not move forward as a senator, as a congressman, and potentially run for president under the guise of being a black man, when we know he does not have the eyes and the ears of the black community at the best interests of heart. This is what this case is about. Not just understanding that Breonna Taylor was murdered by the police, but understanding how and why, that this was a special flex task force. A special flex task force of narcotics undercover officers who never wore uniforms, who drove unmarked cars, except for that on the night that Breonna Taylor was murdered, they put together a hodgepodge group of individuals. The funny thing about it is, in the meeting, whiteboard meeting, where they had a group of hodgepodge individuals in the warrant, they only had evidence of one overweight female being in the house. You still were unprepared. All they had was the evidence. Why not go in the morning and knock on the door with detectives? Why did you need to issue a no-knock warrant? There was no evidence of violence at that home. There was no evidence of a crime at that home. All they had on paperwork was that a female lived there alone. Why would you need 10 cops, 3 o'clock in the morning, under the cloak of night, in a no-knock warrant, and shooting to where he's crying on the stand, when all you have is a woman who is innocent? He said all we had was a woman who was not, no record, no crime, and that we had a known narcotics person who had visited this woman, but not that he lived there. We had no other evidence. We just had evidence that someone who sells narcotics had visited this woman in the past. That's all they had. You could have handled this with a phone call. Think about how they value black people. If this is the entire case, that you knew Breonna Taylor was not a criminal, did not have a criminal past, why not call her on the phone and ask her to come in and question her? Hey, baby girl, we know you dating perfect timing with the shit. We need to come question you. My boss wanted to do a no-knock warrant and come over there at 2 o'clock in the morning and kick in your door. I told him no. There's no reason to do that. You work for the city. You wear a uniform just like me and you. I need you to come in and answer some questions about perfect timing. If not, I'm going to come pick you up on your job. I know you're not going to be late for work. I will come to your job in my suit and my tie as a detective and question you in front of your boss. Come in and answer questions. That's all they had. They couldn't even arrest Breonna Taylor because she hadn't committed a crime. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? They couldn't even arrest Breonna Taylor because she hadn't committed a crime. They testified that they did not have Breonna Taylor on any criminal charges. The only reason that they were going to this place is because the man they believed she was dating had visited this place and he had sold narcotics, but they didn't even have proof of that. They didn't even have that guy. They didn't even have narcotics. Do y'all see? They're attempting to get evidence on someone else who doesn't even live there. They killed this woman, illegally entered her home to gather evidence on someone who doesn't live there. And she died. And she's dead. And the person who shot back is not the guy they were looking for. The person who shot at them was not the guy they was looking for. He was a citizen just like Breonna Taylor. We don't know about this drug dealer. I don't think it matters. I don't know who this drug dealer is that they were looking for. And I don't think it mattered because it wasn't Breonna Taylor. He did not live there. And there should not be a justification for what happened that night. There were no drugs there. The drug dealer was not there. Why was it legal to enter her home? Everyone should be concerned. Everyone should be concerned. that this Gestapo that we live under can enter your home illegally in the middle of the night and not say who they are with guns and kill you and say, I was looking for someone else who was a criminal and you died, but that's not my fault. This is America. Did you know this is the country you live in? I'm going to say it one more time. Did you know that you live in a country where the Gestapo could come in your house at 2 a.m. under the cover of night, not say who they are and kill you under the guise that they were looking for someone else who was a criminal at your house, and they knew you were not a criminal. They knew you had no criminal past, but they still came to your house and killed you, and no one will be charged with that crime. This is America. This is America. So, in case you were wondering why we're going over this case when such serious things are happening in the world, this is a very serious thing that you should know about, and the things that are happening globally, the geopolitics directly affects this. Because I grew up in a country where something like this would not be legal and not be condoned and not swept under the rug. You cannot go into an American's home. The same thing happened with the brother in Texas. And the woman said she got off of work late and she was tired and she went to the wrong apartment and she killed the brother. But everyone said, how did you do that? How did you knock on the door, kick open the door? You were inside the apartment, and turns out you and him had sex before. So you had been in that apartment before. Just like the police officers who killed Breonna Taylor, they had served search warrants at this apartment because it's a projects. They had been there before. He didn't want to say that under cross-examination, but turns out he had been there before. How is it that Breonna Taylor is dead now? And she's not a criminal? They had no crime on Breonna Taylor. All they had was some narcotics suspect. Can we get that right, everybody? Suspect. They did not have him in custody. They did not have him guilty. They had a suspect. They suspect that Perfect Timing is selling narcotics. And Perfect Timing has been seen at Breonna Taylor's home. Not every day, not all the time, but 2 or 3 times. That's it. And that was 6 months ago. But we got a warrant, not for Perfect Timing, but for Breonna Taylor, an innocent woman who may have slept with Perfect Timing maybe once, an innocent woman. We don't call her. We don't treat her with respect. We don't respect her domicile. We break into her home illegally at 2 a.m. under the cover of night with guns. 7 men, and we know it's only a woman in this apartment in the projects. We know it's only one black woman. We know it's only one black woman, but we go in at 2 a.m. with 7 men and dogs and guns and batarams and shit. No one's upset yet? No one's upset yet? Is no one upset yet? No one cares yet? No one cares, Manosphere? Is no one upset yet? The only thing they knew it was one black woman in that apartment building, one black woman in that project. And they went there with 7 to 10 police officers with guns and dogs. And all they had was one black woman who was not a criminal. That's all they had. That's all they had. And they were looking for someone who they suspected for selling drugs. They did not have definitive proof that he was a drug dealer. And Breonna Taylor is dead. And the people who killed her will never be charged because the District Attorney Daniel Cameron said it was a justified shooting. It was a justified shooting. I've been asking y'all in the poll, after everything you learned, do you feel that this was a justified shooting? You don't got to say that the cops was innocent or guilty. Do you believe that this was a justified shooting? Are these the type of police you want to police your family? I got daughters. Do you want this police coming to your daughter's house because my daughter made a mistake on who she went out with because this little boy had a nice car. So my daughter got to die. Why not call me? I'm her father. Well, I'll get her to answer the questions. What do you want her to know? She dated some guy. She's not selling the drugs. Why are you bothering my daughter? She has rights. She has rights. So what? She can sleep with who she wants to sleep with. You don't get to break in her home and kill her. You don't, guess what? You don't even get to ask her questions about who she slept with. You don't get to do that. This was illegal. You don't even get to ask my daughter questions about who she slept with. My daughter can sleep with who she wants to sleep with. If the person my daughter slept with is a criminal, then go arrest him. Go arrest him. Why are you knocking on my daughter's door at 2 a.m. with guns, looking for some boy? Now my daughter is gone. Can someone make it make sense to me? Why are you knocking on my daughter's door at 2 a.m. with 7 police officers with dogs and guns looking for a boy who you know don't live here, who is a criminal? That's the way you do police work in 2020. God dog. That's what happened. That's how you gonna arrest this guy? I don't know. Y'all tell me. Y'all tell me. I say I'm perfect. I'm not right. I don't know everything. I can't change this. I wish I could give Breonna Taylor mama a big hug. I wish I could give Breonna Taylor family a big hug. I wish I could just pray. I pray for Breonna Taylor's family. I do. I pray for that whole family. I pray for that community in Kentucky and Black people. I pray a covering over them. This has to be disturbing their soul that this girl was taken away and nothing, no justice, no peace. There's no peace in my mind. There's no peace in my soul. There's no peace in my heart. I bet you her mama and her people can't sleep at night. I bet you it disturbs them at night. I bet you every day. I know every day since my mama gone is hard. I could imagine every day since her death, just looking at this trial, it gotta be hard for her people. It gotta be hard for her people. It's a beautiful day. God is good. I'm about to go enjoy this day. I'm about to go for a walk. I'm going to pray and meditate. Oh, wow, that light. I didn't know that light was working like that. Okay. This was designed in this country. Neighborhoods are separated by race. 300 also says St. Petersburg dropped all mandates and erased all C-19 data. And President Biden's State of the Union last night, he said, we are not living with COVID. I know a lot of people told you we was going to live with it. He said, it's over. It's over. That shit, because he know he can't get reelected. I don't know. I talked to a couple people. I talked to Son Claude, talking to my wife. I said, hey, y'all, we going to watch the State of the Union. And my wife and Son Claude was like, what's that? Like, I'm like, come on, man. The president, the State of the Union, man. We had Russia and Ukraine. It's important for us to watch the State of the Union. And there was a Republican rebuttal, but nobody in the manosphere really dealt with the State of the Union or the Republican rebuttal. But, it's the manosphere. But basically, in the State of the Union last night, President Biden said, it's over, bro. It's over. It's over. He said, we're not going, he said, they may have told you this, they may have told you that, but we're not living with it. That's it. All of that bullshit is over. They made their money. They accomplished their goal. That shit is done. It was a cold from the beginning. It was a common cold, and it was a bad flu season, and they used the bad flu season and a common code to get them to this point. Biden is president. They got Trump. They accomplished a lot, bro. They accomplished a lot. And Biden said in the State of the Union last night that it's over. Yes, I know, because you don't listen. Even son Claude and my wife was like, I don't have a TV. We don't watch TV. I don't watch TV either. I'm a content creator. I create media. I don't watch TV, but I know that we need to pay attention to the State of the Union where we got a potential global event about to happen. You want to hear what this motherfucker got to say? So 300 said, I heard it's going to last until 2024, but not sure it might end earlier. Yeah, Biden said last night he wants to get reelected. So all of that shit is done. He actually said last night, no more masks. There's no more masks. We're not living with COVID. He said it's just going to be like anything else. We're going to get past it. We're going to go by, and we're not going to change the way we do things. We're not going to change the way we live. We're not going to live with it. We're not going to live like COVID. No. He said it's done. We're not doing no more COVID nothing. He said we're not living with COVID. That's what he said. Y'all should listen to the president. And it's not because he like you. He didn't, it's not. Yeah, those who took the V might feel bad. It's not because he liked you. He's ending this whole charade because it's costing the country too much money and he won't get reelected. If you notice across the nation, the Democrats are losing. The Republicans are winning everywhere, i.e., Daniel Cameron, the new appointee to the Supreme Court, has a lot of Republicans supporting her. The Republicans are turning over a lot of things politically. So for Biden to keep, his 51 votes, to get people like this person approved for the Supreme Court, they got to win in the midterms. And you're not going to win with COVID restrictions. So yeah, Biden is shutting that shit down because it has to do with politics, not because he loves you, not because he care about your summer. Biden don't care about your summer, but he wants your vote. He wants your vote. So I love you guys. I pray for you guys. Thank you guys for watching and supporting. Y'all do y'all research, get in the description, read up on Breonna Taylor. We still got some more videos to do on the homeless, the age of the homeless, the cost of the homeless. Man, when they drop the verdict on Tory Lanez, we're gonna get on that, all that shit. So we got work to do. We out here working, man. Shout out to 300, shout out to Pastor $40, shout out to the whole 5.0 Builder Sphere. Thank y'all for hanging out. We did a long stream today, man. I need to go out, get out this house and go for a walk. I need to go pray. I pray for you guys. I love you.